With no official score yet, that setup screams tight opener where the first clean chance converted could flip the pecking order quickly.
We're still waiting on any reliable match update from Mexico against Ecuador with the kickoff window sitting at 1:00 p.m. EDT. Until we get something official on the score or the clock, it's all about staying patient and ready for the first real flashpoint. Still nothing official coming through yet on Mexico versus Ecuador. No confirmed score, no clock, no team news we can trust. So we hold fire and wait for that first verified update before we start calling momentum or chances. We're still in a holding pattern for Mexico against Ecuador. No confirmed score, no clock, nothing official to hang our hats on yet. The moment we get a verified kickoff or first key incident, we'll snap straight into proper match echo.
Mexico stays a slight favorite around the lows. The draw is still priced in the highs, and there's chunky liquidity sitting on the draw near the top of book. With no official score yet, that balance tells you the market's braced for a cagey start, where an early Mexico goal would force a quick repricing.
Still no verified kickoff clock or score from Mexico against Ecuador, so we can't call any rhythm or early chances yet. As soon as we get the first official ping teams, time or a key incident will bring you straight into the action.
Mexico remains a slight favorite in the low range, with the draw close behind in the highs. And there's still heavy size parked on the draw near the top of book. With no official score or clock yet, that pricing keeps pointing to a tight, low margin game where one early Mexico goal would jolt the market.
If the weather really is clearing in Mexico City, that's a massive boost. Cleaner footing, quicker passing, and you can feel the crowd ready to lift the whole occasion. We're still waiting on anything official for kickoff clock or score, but the stage sounds set. Mexico against Ecuador in Mexico City tonight, and that unbeaten competitive home run is the kind of stat that makes the crowd believe they can drag their team over the line. You can already hear it. If Mexico start fast, that noise becomes a real weapon.
Mexico are still a narrow favorite around 4 with the draw closer at 3-7 and the book showing heavier sell side liquidity on Mexico and draw than on Ecuador. With no official kickoff or score yet, that balance keeps the pre-match read as tight and tense, where a single early goal would reprice everything fast.
We're still without any official kickoff confirmation clock or score for Mexico versus Ecuador, so we can't responsibly call patterns or chances yet. All we can do is stay poised for the first verified update, team sheets, a whistle, or a key incident, and then we're live.
Mexico are still a slim favorite around 4-0 with a draw close in the highs, and there's big size sitting on the draw near the top of book. With no official score or kickoff yet, that pricing keeps a pre-match story as tight. Game where one early Mexico goal would force a fast reset. Mexico are still a narrow favorite around 4-0 with a draw close to 3-7, and there's a standout chunk of money leaning into the draw, while Mexico has heavier sell side overhead. With no confirmed kickoff or score, that keeps the pre-match read as a tight opener where a first Mexico breakthrough would force a quick reprice.
You can feel Mexico City shaking already. This is the kind of noise that turns every Mexico touch into a surge of energy and every Ecuador mistake into panic. Ecuador's first job tonight is simple. Keep the ball, slow the game down, and take the crowd out of it. We're still waiting on anything official from Mexico versus Ecuador. No confirmed kickoff, no clock, no score we can trust yet. Until that first verified update lands, we can't call tempo or chances. We just stay ready to jump the moment it's real.
Mexico are still only a slight favorite in the low range with a draw close in the highs, and the biggest fresh signal is that heavy draw buying sitting right at the top of book. With no official kickoff or score yet, that keeps the pre-match script as tight and tense where a first Mexico goal would force a quick reset.
You can hear Mexico City roaring already, and that atmosphere can turn the first loose touch into a wave of pressure. Ecuador's best antidote is composure. String a few passes together early, win a couple calm fouls, and make the noise. Wait.
Mexico are still only a slight favorite in the low range, with the draw close behind in the highs and a big wall of interest sitting right on the draw price. With no official score or kickoff yet, That's the market leaning toward a tight, low margin opener where a first Mexico goal would force a quick reset.
If that ASR read is right, Mexico are leaning on serious striker pedigree tonight. An all-time leading scorer in the mix with Raúl Jimenez close behind, and that brings a different weight to every chance in front of goal. In a home World Cup night like this, the crowd won't just want effort, they'll want end product.
Mexico stays a narrow favorite just over 4. The draw is still highs with a big wall of interest, and Ecuador sits mid-offs, so pricing remains tight rather than trending. With no official kickoff or score yet, that balance says the first confirmed goal will be the switch that forces everyone to re-rate fast. Mexico are still a slim favorite just over 4, with the draw close behind on the highs, and there's a big draw bid sitting near the top of the book. With no verified score yet, that pricing keeps this framed as a tight opener where a first Mexico goal would force a fast reset.
We're still in the dark officially on Mexico versus Ecuador. No verified kickoff clock or score to work with yet. Until we get that first confirmed update, we can't call patterns of pressure. We just stay ready to pounce the moment it's real.
Mexico are still a narrow pre-match favorite in the low range, but the standout is that huge draw. Interest sitting right near the top of the book. With no official kickoff or score confirmed yet, that keeps the market positioned for a tight start where a first Mexico breakthrough would reprice quickly. Mexico are still a slight favorite in the low range with the draw close behind in the highs, and that draw side is showing the biggest concentration of interest near the top of book. With no official kickoff or score yet, the market's basically set for a tight opener where one Mexico breakthrough would force a quick reset.
You can already hear Mexico City rumbling, and that noise can be a genuine early advantage for Mexico if they start on the front foot. For Ecuador, the first few minutes about calm touches and safe passes. Don't give the crowd a mistake to feed on. Ecuador are being talked up as a side with real belief, and in a place like Mexico City, that mindset matters because the first 10 minutes can swallow you if you flinch. If they can keep their shape, take the sting out of the crowd, and play the simple pass, they'll fancy it. Ecuador will come in with that underdog swagger if the talk of a recent upset is true, and that belief can be priceless in a stadium like Mexico City. Their first mission is survival. Keep it tidy early, don't give transitions, and make the crowd wait for a spark.
Pre-match pricing is basically unchanged. Mexico sits a touch above 4-0 with a draw just under 4-0, and there's still a chunky wall of interest leaning draw near the top. With no official kickoff or score yet, that keeps the market braced for a tight start where one Mexico goal would flip the board quickly.
Still no official kickoff clock or score we can trust for Mexico versus Ecuador, so we can't call any patterns or chances yet. All we can do is hold our fire and be ready for the first verified update, team news, the whistle, or a major incident. Still nothing official we can hang our hat on for Mexico versus Ecuador. No confirmed kickoff plot or score yet. Until that first verified update drops, we stay disciplined and don't invent momentum. The moment we get team sheets or the whistle, we're on it. Still nothing official we can trust for Mexico against Ecuador. No verified kickoff clock or score, so we can't paint a picture of the play yet. All we can do is sit on our hands and be ready to explode into life the moment the first confirmed update lands. If this really has been weather-dyed, Mexico and Ecuador have to treat the restart like a brand new kickoff, keep the legs warm, minds sharp, and don't switch off on the first set piece or long ball after the stop-start. The team that resets quickest usually grabs the first clean moment. We're still waiting on anything official we can trust for Mexico versus Ecuador. No verified kickoff clock or score to call yet. Until that first confirmed update lands, we stay disciplined and don't manufacture chances or momentum. Still no official confirmation on kickoff clock or even the score for Mexico versus Ecuador, so we can't honestly describe the flow yet. All we can do is stay poised for the first verified update, team shakes the whistle, or a major incident that sets the tone. We're still waiting on a verified kickoff clock or score for Mexico versus Ecuador, so we can't honestly call the flow yet. The only thing to say is both benches will be desperate for a clean, composed start the moment we get that first official update. The big pregame theme is Mexico's defensive platform, 3 clean sheets in the group stage, and that set on door a very specific problem tonight. They've got to manufacture real central chances with runners and combinations, not just settle for hopeful efforts from distance. We're still in limbo for Mexico versus Ecuador. No verified kickoff clock or score we can trust yet, so we can't call the rhythm for any chances. All you can say is the first official update will matter because Mexico's clean sheet base forces Ecuador to be precise, not hopeful.
Mexico still prizes a slight favorite, just over 4 with the draw close in the highs. And a big draw, bids still parked near the top while Mexico shows heavier sell side overhead. With no verified kickoff or score yet. That's the market staying in tight opener mode until the first official moment forces a reset.
Ecuador's headline is that veteran striker still hasn't scored in this tournament, and if he finally gets one, it changes Mexico's whole reference point in the box. Mexico's mindset is simple: stay compact early, protect that clean sheet identity, and make Ecuador prove they can break them down. We're still stuck without any official kickoff clock or score we can trust for Mexico versus Ecuador, so we can't honestly describe the match flow yet. The only safe note is mindset. Mexico will want that compact, clean sheet structure, and Ecuador needs sharper movement through the middle to test it.
Mexico's still a narrow pre-match favorite, a touch above 4-0, but the draw is right on their heels in the highs, with a big bid wall still parked there. With no official kickoff or score confirmed, that says the market's braced for a cagey start where one early Mexico goal would force a sharp reprice.
We're still without any official confirmation of kickoff match clock or the score for Mexico versus Ecuador, so we can't call the flow, honestly, yet. The only safe read is mentality. Mexico will want that compact, clean sheet structure, and Ecuador have to find real movement between the lines to test it. With the weather delay hanging over this one, Mexico and Ecuador have to treat the opening phase like a fresh kickoff. No cheap giveaways, no sleepy marking on the first set piece. That stop-start rhythm can scramble your timing, and the team that settles quickest usually gets the first clean look. With this weather delay, it's all about who resets quickest when the whistle finally goes. Stay warm, stay switched on, and don't gift anything cheap in the first couple of minutes. In stop-start conditions, that first set piece and the first loose second ball can set the whole tone. If Ecuador are going to make this trip uncomfortable for Mexico, it's not just Moises Caicedo, win it, play forward early, and suddenly, Mexico can't just sit in that compact shell. His first touch after the regain is the trigger for everything Ecuador want to do.
Mexico are still only a slight favorite, around 4 with the draw closed behind in the highs, and that draw side is still showing the biggest buy wall near the top. With no verified kickoff or score yet, it's a tight opener setup where one early Mexico goal would force the draw price to drop fast.
With this weather delay, the opening minutes really do feel like a second kickoff. Both Mexico and Ecuador have to stay warm and mentally locked in. The danger is a sloppy first touch or a missed mark on the first set piece because stop-start rhythm punishes you fast.
Mexico remain a slim favorite in the low range, but the draw is still priced almost alongside them, and there's heavier sell side sitting above Mexico than on the draw. With no verified kickoff or score yet, that's the market bracing for a cagey start where a first Mexico goal would force a quick re-rate.
For Ecuador, it really can hinge on Moises Caicedo as that midfield engine. Win the ball, and the next pass has to be forward and sharp. If he plays quickly through the middle, Mexico don't get to settle into that comfortable rhythm in their own stadium.
Mexico's still a slim favorite around the lows, but the draw is right behind in the highs. and there's a big buy wall sitting under the draw, while Mexico has heavier sell side overhead. With no confirmed kickoff or score, that keeps this price like a tight, low-scoring script until the first official goal forces a reset.
You can feel the Mexico crowd wanting to turn this place into a weapon tonight. Every tackle, every throw-in, they'll try to drag the tempo their way. But Ecuador, the key is staying calm early and not letting that first wave of noise force rushed passes.
Mexico are still a slight favorite around 4-0 with the draw close behind in the highs, and the book shows heavier sell side overhead on Mexico while draw demand sits firm near the top. With no verified kickoff or score yet, that positioning screams cagey opener until the first official goal forces a rapid reprice. Mexico stay a slim favorite in the low range with a draw close behind in the highs, and there's still heavy draw demand sitting near the top, while Mexico has more sell side overhead. With no verified kickoff or score yet, that's the market pricing a tight, cautious start where one Mexico breakthrough would re-rate everything fast.
With the weather delay, that Mexico crowd is still primed to make itself felt the moment we get going. Every early duel, every restart, they'll try to crank the volume and the urgency. Ecuador's first job is simple: keep the ball clean in the opening exchanges and don't get hurried into cheap turnovers.
Mexico's still a slim favorite in the low range, but the draw is right there in the highs, and there's a big buy wall supporting it while Mexico has heavier sell side overhead. With no official kickoff or score confirmed, that's the market staying priced for a tight, cautious opening phase. Pre-match pricing is basically steady. Mexico sits just over 4, the draw is close in the highs with a big bid wall underneath, and Ecuador lags in the mid-seas. With no confirmed kickoff or score, that's the market still leaning toward a tight, low-margin game, where Mexico control without blowing it open early.
Even with that weather delay, the Mexico crowd sounds absolutely relentless. Ponchos on, music up, and they're ready to explode the second the teams reappear. The danger after a stop-start buildup is a messy first 5 minutes, so both Mexico and Ecuador have to keep the early touches and restarts clean.
Mexico remain a slim pre-match favorite in the low range with the draw close behind in the mids, and a big chunk of demand still propping up the draw. With no official kickoff or score confirmed, that keeps the market priced for a tight opener rather than an early runaway. Mexico are still a slight pre-match favorite in the low range with the draw close behind in the highs, and that draw bid support still looking sturdy. With no official kickoff or score confirmed, the market's basically waiting for the first real match signal to break this tight script.
That holding midfield duel could decide everything here. Mexico's deep midfielder has to be the clean link out of pressure. And Ecuador's spider in the web wants to keep them compact and dictate the rhythm. Win that central zone and you control where the game gets played. We're still waiting on any official confirmation of kickoff, match clock, or even the scoreline for Mexico against Ecuador, so we can't honestly describe live play yet. In a stop-start delay hit build-up like this, the first couple of restarts and set-piece marks are where teams get punished quickest. That holding midfielder battle is absolutely the chess match here. Mexico's shield has to show for the first pass and connect the lines, while Ecuador's spider wants to sit central. Keep them compact and slow the game to his rhythm. Whoever owns that pocket in front of the back four will decide where the play lives. Even through the rain delay, the Mexico support is still roaring. Ponchos on, music up, and they're ready to lift this place the second the teams reappear. After a stop-start build-up like that, the first clean touch and the first composed restart can settle everyone down fast.
Pre-match pricing is basically unchanged. Mexico is still a slim favorite around 4-0. The draw sits close in the highs with a chunky bid underneath, and Ecuador trails in the mids. With no official kickoff or score confirmed, the market's still set for a tight, cautious opening where Mexico control without blowing it open early. Mexico are still a narrow favorite, just above 4-0 with the draw close behind in the highs, and that draw support looks firm while Mexico has more sell pressure overhead. With no confirmed kickoff or score yet, the market's basically priced for a tight start where Mexico need the first clean breakthrough.
We still don't have any official confirmation of kickoff match clock or the score for Mexico against Ecuador, so we can't call live action yet. And these delay hit nights, the first couple of set-piece assignments and throw-ins are where concentration slips and games swing early.
Mexico are still a narrow favorite, just over 4-0 with the draw close behind in the highs, and that draw bid support remains chunky, while Mexico has heavier sell-side overhead. With no official kickoff or score confirmed, the market's still priced for a tight, cautious opener rather than an early Mexico blowout.
If the rains ease but the puddles are still sitting there, that opening spell can get ugly fast. One skid off the surface and your first touch is gone. Mexico and Ecuador will want the simple pass early, and defenders will be terrified of a slip on the first clearance. If Edson Alvarez really starts on the bench, Mexico's whole balance shifts because that holding midfielder is the safety valve, the first pass out, and the guy who keeps the back line protected. It puts massive pressure on whoever fills that role to stay positionally disciplined and not get dragged into chaos early.
Mexico's still only a slight favorite in the low range with the draw close behind in the highs, and a chunky bid wall still propping that draw price. With kickoff and score still unverified, this stays priced like a tight, low-margin game until an official first goal forces a reset.
We're still without any official confirmation of kickoff match clock or even the scoreline for Mexico against Ecuador, so we can't call live play yet. In a stop-start, weather-hit build-up, the first couple of throw-ins and set-piece marks are where concentration gets tested immediately. Still no official confirmation of kickoff match clock or the score for Mexico against Ecuador, so we can't honestly sell this as live action yet. In a delay hit night like this, the first aerial duel and the first defensive clearance are where nerves show quickest.
Mexico are still a slim pre-match favorite, a touch above 4-0 with the draw sitting in the high sims, and a big chunk of buy support underneath it. With kickoff and score still unconfirmed, that's the market staying set for a tight, cautious start rather than an early Mexico runaway.
We're still waiting on any official kickoff match clock or score confirmation for Mexico versus Ecuador, so we can't call live play yet. In a weather-affected build-up like this, the first couple of clearances and set-piece matchups are where concentration gets exposed fast. We're still missing any official confirmation of kickoff, the match clock, or even the score for Mexico against Ecuador, so we can't sell you live action yet. In a stop-start weather hit setup like this, the first simple restart and the first clean clearance can calm everyone down or spark panic. We still don't have any official confirmation of kickoff, the match clock, or the score for Mexico against Ecuador, so we can't describe live play responsibly. In a disruptive build-up like this, the first settled restart and the first clean defensive header can set the tone in a hurry. We're still waiting on any official confirmation of kickoff match clock or the score for Mexico against Ecuador, so we can't call this as live action yet. On nights like this, it's the first couple of throw-ins and set-piece march where focus slips and you get punished fast.
Mexico are still only a narrow favorite around the low range with the draw close behind in the highs, and a big chunk of buy support sitting underneath it. With kickoff and the score still unverified, the market's basically saying tight and cagey until the first official goal forces a reset.
We're still without any official confirmation of kickoff match clock or the score for Mexico against Ecuador, so we can't call live play yet. If this does get going after the disruption, both teams will want their first few passes and clearances absolutely risk-free to settle the nerves.
Mexico are still a slight pre-match favorite around 4-0 with the draw close near the highs and a big chunk of buy support sitting underneath it. With no official kickoff or score confirmed, the market's basically waiting for the first real match signal to break this tight script.
We're still waiting on any official confirmation of kickoff the match clock, or the score for Mexico against Ecuador, so we can't call live action yet. Until that comes through, it's all about staying switched on for the first restart. One sloppy clearance or missed mark can flip the mood instantly. We're still not getting any official confirmation of kickoff match clock or the score for Mexico against Ecuador, so we can't call live play yet. If and when it starts, both teams will want the first few touches and clearances clean and simple. No risks, no panic.
Mexico still prices as a narrow favorite around 4-0 with a draw close behind in the highs, and that draw side has a huge buy wall sitting underneath it. With kickoff and score still unconfirmed, the market's basically braced for a tight, cautious start rather than an early separation. Pre-match pricing still has Mexico a narrow favorite, just over 4, but the draw is right on their shoulder in the highs with a very heavy bid sitting underneath it. With no official kickoff or score confirmed, that support says the market's still braced for a tight, low-margin opener rather than early separation.
If Mexico really do hand a knockout start to 8-year-old, that's a massive statement of trust, but it also means the senior players have to build him a platform. Keep his first touches simple, give him an outlet pass, and don't leave him isolated in those pressure moments. If Mexico really do throw 8-year-old into a knockout start, that's a huge vote of confidence, but it comes with the duty of care from the leaders around him. You want the first 5 minutes to be simple, close support, easy outlets, and no leaving him stranded when Ecuador turn the screw.
Mexico still edges it pre-match in the low range, but the draw is right on their shoulder. In the highs, with a very heavy buy wall underneath, and Mexico facing thicker sell pressure above. With kickoff and score still unconfirmed, that positioning screams cagey start, until an official first goal forces a repricing.
If Mexico really do start 8-year-old in a knockout match, that's a fearless call from the coach, but it's on the senior lads to keep him connected. Early on, you want simple passes into his feet, a quick bounce option, and no isolation when Ecuador step up and test him.
Mexico stays a slim pre-match favorite in the low range, but the draw is still right on their shoulder in the highs with a big buy wall underneath, while Mexico has heavier sell pressure above. With no official kickoff or score yet, that's the market, sticking with a tight, cautious script until a first confirmed goal forces a reset.
With no official kickoff or score confirmed yet, you can still feel the knockout tension building around Mexico versus Ecuador. If it stays level for long, every touch gets heavier. Mexico have to start with real intent, but keep that decision-making clean so the crowd doesn't turn anxious. With this weather delay, it's a full mental reset for Mexico and Ecuador. When the whistle finally goes, the smart play is to keep the first few actions brutally simple. Win your first duel, make your first clearance, and don't give the stadium a cheap early mistake. In a knockout like Mexico versus Ecuador, you can't live off reputation. If Mexico start thinking about the next round, Ecuador will punish the first sloppy touch. The tone has to be set from the opening whistle sharp. First press, clean first pass, and no cheap fouls to invite pressure. After a weather delay like this, Mexico and Ecuador have to reboot mentally. Your first 2 or 3 passes and clearances must be clean, no forcing it. And with the stadium unusually quiet, one early mistake or one big tackle can flip the whole atmosphere in a heartbeat. After a weather delay, Mexico and Ecuador have to hit the reset button fast. When they finally kick off, the first 5 minutes are about safe decisions and clean execution. Keep the shape, win your first duel, and don't hand over a cheap transition off a sloppy touch. Even with Mexico at home, Ecuador won't be fazed by the noise. If they keep the ball early and don't give away cheap fouls, you can feel that stadium tension start to creep onto Mexico's shoulders. In a knockout, the first 10 minutes are about emotional control as much as tactics.
Mexico remain a slim favorite in the low range with the draw close in the highs, and that draw side still has a notably heavy bid sitting underneath. With kickoff and the score still unconfirmed, the market's basically pricing a tight, cagey opener until an official first goal forces a reset.
With the score still unconfirmed, It does feel like a statement game setup for Mexico. At-home expectation can lift you or squeeze you. If Ecuador stay composed early, keep the ball, and avoid silly fouls, that crowd can get edgy fast. We're still waiting on anything official for kickoff or the scoreline in Mexico versus Ecuador, so it's all about staying disciplined in the noise. In a knockout setting, the first clearances and first passes have to be clean. No cheap turnovers that hand momentum away. Still nothing official on kickoff or the score in Mexico versus Ecuador, so all you can do is watch the body language and the basics. After a delay like this, the first clean touch and first sensible clearance can settle everyone down or spark instant nerves. Kickoff's approaching, and you can feel Mexico's support swelling in the stands and back home, but Ecuador have lived this movie. In South American qualifiers, hostile noise, heavy tackles, no panic. The first 5 minutes are about composure. Keep your first passes clean and don't feed the crowd with cheap turnovers. Kickoff's almost here, and you can feel the weight of expectation on Mexico with that crowd and the watch parties back home. If the opening touches get scrappy, nerves spread fast. Ecuador's job is simple. Early, keep it calm, keep it tidy, and take the noise out of the game. Kickoff is finally just around the corner for Mexico against Ecuador, and you can feel that Mexico crowd ready to drag their team over the line. But that same noise can turn into pressure if the first few touches are loose. Ecuador's mission early is simple: stay calm, keep the ball, and hush the stadium. They're really leaning into that Chicharito pride tonight, and you can feel how heavy that Mexico shirt is in this stadium sometimes. It lifts your first touch, sometimes it tightens your legs. If the opening minutes get messy, that emotion can turn into pressure fast, and Ecuador will sense it. If this one turns as physical as everyone expects, the referee's first 5 minutes are massive. Set the line early on late, tackles in descent, or it can spiral fast. Mexico and Ecuador will both test that boundary straight away, especially on the first couple of final 50 seconds. Still nothing official yet on kickoff or the score for Mexico versus Ecuador, so it's all about the basics in these opening moments. After a delay like this, the first clean pass under pressure and the first smart clearance can calm everyone down instantly.
Mexico are still a slim favorite around the low range, with a draw close behind in the highs and heavy sell side stacked above Mexico, while the draw has real bid support underneath. With no official kickoff or score confirmed, that positioning still screams tight and cagey rather than an early Mexico breakaway.
We're still waiting on anything official for kickoff or the score in Mexico versus Ecuador, so you keep it simple and watch the fundamentals. In a tense setup like this, the first clean touch and first sensible clearance can settle nerves faster than any fancy pattern of play. Still no official word on kickoff or the score in Mexico versus Ecuador, so you keep your eyes on the little tells: who's talking, who's pointing, who's taking responsibility. In a tense start like this, the first calm pass into midfield can settle a whole team. Still no official confirmation on kickoff or the score in Mexico versus Ecuador, so we can't read too much into the noise yet. What matters is who takes control of the first couple of simple actions: clean first touch, smart first pass, no early panic.
Mexico's still a narrow pre-match favorite in the low range, but the draw is right behind in the mids, with a big buy wall underneath it and heavier sell interest sitting above Mexico. With no official kickoff or score yet, that setup keeps us priced like a tight opener, where one early goal would flip the board fast.
We're still without anything official on kickoff or even the score for Mexico against Ecuador, so you don't overread the atmosphere. The first simple sequence: keeper to center back, one clean pass into midfield will tell you who's settled and who's tight. They're expecting Mexico-Ecuador to be a bruising one, and the referee's first couple of whistles could set the whole temperature of this match. If the early tackles and any back check are controlled quickly, you can feel it tipping into chaos before either team even settles on the ball. The anthems are rolling after that delay, and this is where the mental side bites. Sirs, stop-start build-ups can scramble your timing. Mexico have to turn the Azteca roar into clean early touches, while Ecuador just need calm, simple passes to take the edge off the stadium.
Mexico remain a narrow favorite, just over 4-0, but the draw is still priced in the mids and there's a chunky bid sitting under it, so the market's leaning tight rather than blowout. With kickoff and the score still unconfirmed, that support says traders are waiting for the first official goal to force a real reset.
With nothing official yet on kickoff or the scoreline for Mexico against Ecuador, you just watched the first minute for composure. After a stop-start build-up like this, the team that strings two simple passes together and wins the first-second ball settles quickest. Still nothing official coming through on kickoff or the score for Mexico versus Ecuador, so we stay disciplined and watch the basics. After a stop-start build-up, the first clean restart and the first sensible decision under pressure can settle an entire team.
Mexico are still a slim pre-match favorite, a touch above 4-0 with the draw close in the mids and a big buy wall still propping that draw price. With no official kickoff or score confirmed, the market's basically parked in tight game mode until the first verified goal forces a reset.
We still don't have anything official on kickoff or the score for Mexico against Ecuador, so we can't call the flow yet. And this kind of stop-start build-up, the first calm touch under pressure, and a simple pass into midfield tells you who's settled. They're expecting Mexico-Ecuador to be a bruising one, and the referee's first two referee decisions will set the temperature immediately. If the first late challenge or the first bit of dissent gets waved away, you can see this turning into a stop-start battle. Fast.
The draw is still sitting in the mid-range, and there's a massive buy wall underneath it, while Mexico's got heavier sell interest overhead, so pricing stays tight and range-bound. With kickoff and the score still not official, that positioning says the market's waiting for one confirmed breakthrough to force a clean repricing.
At the Azteca, that crowd can feel like an extra man for Mexico, and you've heard the numbers about how hard it is to beat them here in competitive games. For Ecuador, the first 5 minutes are about composure. Win a couple of simple duels, keep the ball, and don't let the noise rush your decisions. We're still waiting on anything official for Mexico versus Ecuador kickoff time, score the lot. So we can't paint a picture that isn't there. All you can really say is this: when it does get going, the first controlled touch and the first simple pass will calm the nerves instantly. We're still in the dark on anything official for Mexico versus Ecuador kickoff and score included, so we stay disciplined and don't guess the story. When it does start, watch the first 2 minutes. Who keeps their shape on the first clearance and who wins that first-second ball?
Mexico's still a slim favorite in the low range, but the draw is holding in the mids with a huge bid underneath, and Mexico facing heavier sell interest above. With kickoff and the score still not official, that's the market staying parked on a tight low separation script until a confirmed first goal.
That unbeaten competitive run here is a badge of honor for Mexico, but it can turn into a wait if the first 10 minutes stay cagey. For Ecuador, the script is simple. Keep it level, early, slow the crowd down, and make Mexico play with that pressure on their shoulders. We're still waiting on anything official for Mexico versus Ecuador. Kickoff and score still not confirmed, so we can't pretend we're seeing patterns yet. When it does get underway, the first clean clearance and who wins the second ball will tell you who settled fastest. That history around Mexico and knockout football is real, and it can tighten your first touch if you let it. Early on, you'll watch for the simplest signals. Do they play the safe pass and breathe, or do they force the first ball and invite nerves into the game? Mexico carry that knockout stage baggage into nights like this, and you can see how it turns every early decision into a test of nerve as much as tactics. If Ecuador can keep it tight in the opening spell, that pressure doesn't fade. It grows with every cautious touch. We're still waiting for anything official on kickoff and the score in Mexico versus Ecuador, so we can't call a match picture yet. When it does start, the first couple of clearances and who wins the second ball will tell you instantly who settled.
Mexico are still only a slight pre-match favorite in the low range, with the draw sitting close in the highs and a big chunk of demand still parked underneath it. With kickoff and the score still unconfirmed, that keeps this price for a tight, low separation start rather than an early Mexico pull away.
All eyes pregame on Mexico. Sticking with you, year-old Gilberto Mora again at that age. That's a massive show of trust in a knockout night. The first couple of touches will tell you everything. Does he play the simple pass and breathe, or does the occasion tighten him up early?
Pre-match pricing is still tightly bunched. Mexico just over 4, the draw highs, and Ecuador mids with a big draw bid underneath, while Mexico has heavier sell interest above. With no official kickoff or score yet, that setup keeps the market leaning toward a cagey level opening phase rather than an early separation. Pre-match pricing is still tightly packed with Mexico, a shade above 4-0, and the draw on the highs, and that big draw buy wall is still the clearest feature on the board. With no official kickoff or score yet, the market's basically braced for a cagey start where staying level keeps the draw well supported. Mexico stand narrow pre-match favorite just above 4-0 with the draw close behind in the highs. A big chunk of demand still sitting under that draw line. With kickoff and the score still unconfirmed, that pricing says the market's braced for a tight level opening rather than early separation.
Ecuador's reputation is that compact, clean sheet kind of team, so Mexico can't get impatient and start forcing that first ball into traffic. If the movement is sharp and the passing lanes are created with runs, the crowd stays with them. If not, it turns into a long, tense night. Mexico, sticking with year-old Gilberto Mora again, is a massive call on a knockout night, and it's pure trust from the staff. The first time he receives under pressure, does he take the safe touch and play, or does he rush it? We'll set his whole rhythm.
Mexico are still a narrow favorite in the low range, with the draw close behind in the highs and a huge stack of sell side sitting above both outcomes. At 0-0 in the first minute. That's the market basically pricing stay level early as the cleanest path.
We're a minute in at 0-0, Mexico versus Ecuador, and that spotlight is already on year-old Gilberto Mora in midfield. The first time he takes the ball with the man tight to him, does he keep it simple and play forward, or does the occasion make him snatch at it?
Mexico's still a slim favorite around the lows, with the draw close on the highs, and a notable chunk of demand sitting under that draw line. At 0 in the first minute, that pricing says keep it level early remains the market's base case.
2 minutes in, and Ecuador win a free kick deep in their own half through Gonzalo Plata, just taking the sting out of Mexico's early energy. That's a smart little pause for Ecuador. Get bodies up, breathe, and make the first few Mexico presses count for nothing. 2 minutes gone, still 0-0. And Mexico will fancy they can have plenty of the ball in that 10%, but Ecuador's compact block won't open up unless the runs are timed right. The spotlight stays on young Gilberto Mora to link midfield to those wide channels without forcing it. 2 2 minutes in at 0-0, Mexico against Ecuador, and you can feel that earlier delay. Has the Azteca absolutely simmering. The key now is composure. Ecuador slowing it with that free kick. Mexico needing clean first touches so the crowd lifts them rather than squeezes them.
Mexico are still a narrow favorite in the low range, but the draw is firmly mids, and there's heavy demand stacked underneath it. So the market's leaning toward a tight opener. At 0-0 on 2 minutes, that setup rewards a cagey spell. No early breakthrough, and the draw stays well supported.
2 minutes in at 0-0, and Mexico give away a foul. Roberto Alvarado a little late in. Ecuador earned the free kick to settle things down. In this atmosphere, Mexico had to keep their challenges clean early because cheap stoppages let Ecuador breathe and get organized.
Mexico remain a narrow favorite in the low range, with the draw still well supported in the highs and a big chunk of demand sitting underneath it. At 0-0 after 2 minutes, that pricing is basically betting on Ecuador keeping this tight and organized early. Mexico are still the slight favorite in the mid-range, but the draw is sticky in the mids, and there's a huge amount of sell liquidity sitting overhead across the board. At 0-0, 4 minutes in, that screams tight early phase, and the longer it stays level, the more the draw stays in play. Mexico are still priced as a narrow favorite in the mids range, but the draw is holding in the mid-seas with a chunky buy wall sitting underneath it. At 0-0, 4 minutes in, that's the market. Sticking with a tight opening script where a scoreless spell keeps the draw very live.
4 minutes gone at 0-0 Mexico against Ecuador, and it already looks like Mexico will see plenty of the ball in that 4-3-3. The danger is forcing the first pass. Mexico had to shift Ecuador's compact 4-4-2 with patient circulation and well-timed runs in behind.
Mexico are still a narrow favorite in the mids range, but the draw is holding in the mids, and there's a standout chunk of demand sitting under that draw price. At 0-0, 5 minutes in, that's the market, sticking with a tight opening where a scoreless spell keeps the draw very live.
5 minutes in at 0-0, and there, Valencia gives away the foul. Aguilera wins Mexico a free kick back in the defensive hand. Just before that, Alvarado tried his luck from range and it was blocked. A reminder, Ecuador are getting bodies in the shooting lane early.
Mexico are still a slim favorite in the mids range with the draw mids, and that draw side has the clearest support underneath, while there's plenty of sell liquidity sitting overhead. 5 minutes at 0-0. That setup keeps the market leaning to a patient, cagey opening rather than an early breakaway. Mexico are still a slim favorite in the mid-range, but the draw sits in the mids and there's a standout chunk of demand backing that stalemate. At 0-0 on 5 minutes, the longer this stays cagey, the more that draw support looks justified.
6 minutes gone, still 0-0, and Mexico have had 2 swings from distance. First, young Gilberto Mora blazing over, then Luis Romo following it up and missing as well. Ecuador are happy to let those long-range efforts fly if it keeps Mexico away from the danger zone.
Mexico is still the market favorite, just under 5-0, but the draw is holding in the mids with a massive buy leaning underneath it, so stalemate risk is being actively supported. At 0-1-6 minutes of those missed Mexico efforts from range fit that script pressure without a clean break. Mexico are still the clear favorite, just under 50%, but the draw is holding in the mid-30s with a very large buyer leading into it. At 0-0 on 6 minutes, those speculative Mexico shots from range match a market expecting pressure without a breakthrough.
6 minutes in at 0-0, and Mexico's shape is already showing. They're recycling the ball patiently. Santos is pushing high from right back, and young Mora is drifting into pockets to try and pull Ecuador's midfield out of line. If Ecuador don't squeeze those gaps, Mexico will keep finding those edge-of-the-box shooting lanes. 6 minutes in at 0-0, and Mexico's best early route. Is that right, Channel? Jorge Sanchez flying on, and Gilberto Mora slipping into those little pockets to tee up shots from the edge. Ecuador have to decide quickly. Step out and engage, or those lanes stay open. 7 minutes in Mexico, go close. Raul Jimenez rises in the middle and glances a header just wide of the left post. Luis Romo, the provider, with the cross on the fast break. That's the first real moment where equity line gets turned and they're defending their own box.
Mexico are still priced as the favorite, just under 5-0, but the draw sits around the lows with a very large buyer leaning into it, so the stalemate is being actively supported. At 0 on 7 minutes, even after that Jimenez header, the market's still betting Ecuador can absorb this early Mexico push. Mexico are still the favorite, just under 5-0, but the draw is holding in the mid-sins, and there's heavy support sitting under that stalemate despite big sell liquidity overhead. At 0-0 on 8 minutes, that pricing says Ecuador surviving this early. Mexico pressure keeps the game pinned in a KG script.
8 minutes gone, still 0-0, and Mexico have absolutely set the early tone. Shots from range, a Jimenez header just wide, and that right side with Santos Mora already asking questions. Ecuador's priority has to be a spell of possession just to slow the rhythm and stop those early balls into the area.
Mexico still leads the pricing just under 5-0, but the draw is firmly in the mids and is a very large buyer leaning into that stalemate despite heavy sell liquidity overhead. At 0-0 on 8 minutes, the market's basically rewarding Ecuador if they can keep soaking up this early Mexico pressure without conceding. Mexico still prices as a slight favorite, just under 5-0, while the draw sits in the mids with that same big support underneath and heavy sell liquidity above. At 0-0, 9 minutes in, if Ecuador keep weathering Mexico's early pressure, the stalemate trade stays the market's comfort zone.
9 minutes in at 0-0, and Mexico's plan is crystal clear. Move it quickly, get wide early, and sling those crosses in for Raul Jimenez before Ecuador can set their line. Ecuador have to find a calmer spell on the ball because right now they're being dragged straight into box defending mode. 10 minutes gone at 0-0. Mexico still setting the pace, and Ecuador just trying to get a grip on the ball. With Jimenez already the obvious target, Ecuador's back line can't keep living off last-ditch clearances. They need a calm passing spell to slow this down.
Mexico remain a slim favorite, just under 5-0, with the draw steady in the mids, and that draw still has the most obvious support underneath. At 0-0 after 10 minutes, every Mexico attack that doesn't turn into a clean chance keeps the stalemate pricing in control.
10 minutes in at 0-0, and Mexico are still going direct. Quick little combinations, and then that early weighted ball into Raul Jimenez before Ecuador can get their line set. Ecuador's center backs may have to step in, and the midfield has to keep it for a few passes, or it's just constant bots defending. 11 minutes gone at 0-0, and you can already see Ecuador tweaking the structure. One midfielder dropping into the back line while a defender steps out to plug that central gap. If they can't string a few passes together, Mexico will keep pinning them in with those early balls and crosses.
Mexico still leads around the mids, but the draw is steady in the mids with a huge chunk of support sitting underneath it. At 0-0 after 1 minutes, that's the market basically pricing Ecuador to keep absorbing this Mexico pressure without conceding yet.
11 minutes in at 0-0, and Ecuador already reshuffling, dropping a midfielder deeper and asking a defender to step into midfield to plug that central gap. If that gives them even a second-setted spell on the ball, it could finally slow Mexico's early momentum and get them out of their own third.
Mexico still sits as a narrow favorite in the mid-range, with the draw steady in the mids and a very large bid, still propping that stalemate. At 0-0 on 1 minutes, if Ecuador's reshuffle buys them a calmer spell, that draw support keeps looking like the market's base case.
11 minutes, still 0-0, and it's a foul from Julian Quiones that hands Ecuador a free kick deep in their own half. Moises Caicedo buying it smartly. That's exactly the kind of little pause Ecuador need to breathe and try to get out from under Mexico's early rhythm.
Mexico is still the favorite, just under 5-0, but the draw is sitting mids. And that stalemate bid support hasn't budged, even with Mexico's early pressure. At 0-0 on 1-2 minutes, every Ecuador clearance that survives this spell keeps the market anchored to a cagey first phase. Mexico's still priced as the narrow favorite in the mids, but the draw is holding around the mids with that big support still sitting underneath it. At 0-0 on 1-2 minutes, if Mexico's pressure doesn't turn into a clear-cut finish soon, the market keeps leaning toward a tight, cagey opening.
13 minutes, still 0-0, and you can sense Ecuador trying to steady the ship by reshaping on the fly. One defender stepping into midfield, a midfielder dropping in to help them play out. If they can keep it for a short spell, Mexico's early wave loses a bit of bite.
Mexico are still the narrow favorite in the high range, while the draw holds in the mids with that same heavy support underneath it. At 0-0 on 1-3 minutes, every Mexico move that fizzles out keeps the market leaning toward a tight, low-scoring opening.
Still 0-0 at 1B minutes, and Ecuador are clearly trying to calm it down by tweaking their build-up shape. One midfielder dropping toward that back lane while a defender steps in the midfield. If that gives them cleaner passing angles, it's the first step to taking Mexico's press out of the game.
Mexico are still the clear favorite, just under 5-0, but the draw is holding in the mids, with that big bid support still sitting underneath despite heavy sell liquidity above. At 0-0 after 1-3 minutes, Ecuador simply surviving this early Mexico spell keeps the stalemate script as the market's base case. Mexico are still priced as the narrow favorite, just under 5-0, while the draw sits in the mids with that same big support underneath and a wall of sell liquidity overhead. At 0-0 on 4 minutes, if Mexico don't turn this corner into a clean finish, the market stays comfortable with a tight opening. Mexico are still priced just under 5-0 with the draw in the midses, and that big draw support remains in place despite a mountain of sell liquidity above. At 0-0 on 1-4 minutes with Mexico winning another corner, the market's basically saying pressure, yes, but not goal yet.
14 minutes, still 0-0, and Mexico are already eyeing that counter space. The moment Ecuador's left side steps on, Quinones looks primed to spin him behind. Ecuador have to sprint bodies back fast because those early direct balls are arriving before they can reset their line.
Mexico are still priced as the narrow favorite, just under 5-0, with the draw holding mids, and that same big draw support sitting underneath despite heavy sell liquidity overhead. At 0-0 on 1-5 minutes, the market's basically daring Mexico to turn this pressure into a real finish before anything reprices.
Quarter to Mexico at 1-4 minutes, William Pacho the one who concedes it, and it's another set-piece chance. With this early pressure still building at 0-0. Roberto Alvarado's effort was blocked again just before it. Ecuador getting bodies out, but Mexico keep finding that shooting lane. 60 minutes in and it's still 0-0. But Gilberto Mora is playing like he belongs on this stage, fearless, demanding it, and already popping up in those dangerous pockets around the box. For 8-year-old, that's a huge statement in the opening spell.
Mexico are still the narrow favorite, just under 5-0, with the draw holding in the mids, and that same heavy support underneath despite big sell walls overhead. At 0-0 on 1-6 minutes, the longer Ecuador ride out this early Mexico pressure, the more that stalemate price looks like the market's anchor. Mexico remain the slight favorite, just under 5-0, but the draw still parked in the mids with that same big support underneath despite heavy sell walls above. At 0-0 on 1-6 minutes, every Mexico attack that ends in a block or a corner just keeps the market anchored to stalemate.
16 minutes gone, it's still 0-0, but Mexico have come out flying after that weather delay. Shots from range, a corner already, and Jimenez had a real look with that header. The crowd's right on the edge here. They can feel a breakthrough if this pressure turns into cleaner final contact. 15 minutes of Mexico close again. Gilberto Mora meets it after the corner, right-footed from the left side of the box, but he drags it just wide to the right. That's another warning from set piece. Pressure Ecuador are surviving, but they're not clearing their lines cleanly.
Mexico are still priced as a narrow favorite, just under 5 with the draw steady in the mids and a chunky buy-side cushion still sitting underneath it. At 0-0 on 1-7 mids, Ecuador simply hanging on through this Mexico pressure keeps that stalemate script as the market's default. Mexico are still priced as a slight favorite in the high range, with the draw steady in the mids, even after that big draw buy came through. At 0-0 on 1-7 minutes, if Ecuador keep absorbing this pressure without conceding, the stalemate stays the market's base case.
18 minutes and Ecuador have rattled the woodwork. John Yeboah cuts in from the left side of the box and smashes a left footer off the frame, and Mexico get a huge let-off at 0-0. That's the clearest warning yet that Ecuador can hurt you the moment they find space to shoot.
Mexico still sits as a slight favorite in the mid-range, but the draw is stubborn in the mid, sits with a huge buy leaning underneath it. At 0-0 on 1-8 minutes after Ecuador hit the woodwork, that near miss keeps the market respecting a tight first half. Mexico are still a narrow favorite in the high range, with a draw steady in the mid-sus and that big draw support still propping it up. At 0-0 after Ecuador shot off the woodwork, the market's basically pricing a tense, low-margin spell rather than a sudden Mexico runaway.
19 minutes, still 0-0, and John Yeboah wins Ecuador a free kick in the attacking half. After smashing the post a moment ago, that's smart from him. Again, buying territory and giving Ecuador a set-piece chance to keep Mexico honest.
Mexico are still a slight favorite in the mid-range, while the draw sits mids and looks well supported underneath, despite heavy sell liquidity overhead. At 0-0 on 1-9 minutes, that fits a game where Ecuador's warding shot keeps this tight and cautious. Rather than breaking open, Mexico still trades as a slight favorite in the mid-range with the draw stuck in the mids and clearly propped up by heavy buy interest underneath. At 0-0 on 1-9 minutes, that pricing says Ecuador's post hit has kept this tense and level rather than tilting toward a Mexico breakthrough.
19 minutes, still 0-0, and that year-old from Mexico is playing like he owns the moment, demanding the ball and taking responsibility in the final third. But after Yeboah's warning off the post, Mexico can't let that confidence turn into carelessness in transition. 20 minutes gone, still 0-0, and it's a scrappy little spell now. Gallardo clips one, then Pacho answers back, and Raul Jimenez earns Mexico a free kick deep in his own half. After Yeboah rattled the post, you can feel both sides tightening up in the challenges.
Mexico are still a narrow favorite in the mid-range, with the draw holding mids, and that big draw buy still acting like a floor despite heavy sell walls overhead. At 0-0 on 2-0 minutes, that's the market leaning toward a cagey stretch, unless Mexico finally turned this pressure into a clean chance. Mexico are made a narrow favorite in the mid-range, with the draw still pinned in the mids and that big draw position acting like a floor despite heavy sell liquidity above. At 0-0 on 2-0 minutes, that pricing screams tight margins unless Mexico finally land a clean finish. Mexico still leads the pricing in the high range, while the draw sits mids and looks sticky with a big buy-side floor despite heavy sell liquidity overhead. At 0-0 on 2-1 minute, that's the market basically saying one clean Mexico chance could finally tilt this. Mexico's price has jumped to roughly 2/3 now, while the draw has slid to about 1/4 and Ecuador is down near single digits. So the market's leaning hard into a Mexico breakthrough. At 0-0 on 2-1 minutes, that's basically saying Mexico pressure is expected to turn into the opener soon.
21 minutes, still 0-0, and you can sense the temperature rising after that little run of fouls either side of the post scare. The next couple whistles from the referee feel massive here. One loose decision, and this could get very edgy very quickly. 21 minutes in, still 0-0, and you can feel it getting prickly out there after that little run of fouls either side. With benches chirping and tackles snapping, the referee's next couple of decisions have to be sharp and consistent to keep a lid on it.
Mexico's win odds are now sitting around 2/3 with the draw down near a quarter and Ecuador in single digits. So the market's clearly backing the 1-0 lead to hold. At 2 minutes, Ecuador need an equalizer soon, or this pricing will keep drifting. Mexico's now priced around a 7-0 favorite with the draw near the lows and Ecuador stuck in single digits, and the book shows heavy sell walls sitting above those levels. With Mexico up 1-0 at 2-3 minutes, that's the market saying Ecuador need a quick equalizer to stop this from settling into a control game. Mexico still priced around a 7-0 favorite with the draw on the lows and Ecuador stuck in single digits, and there's a ton of sell liquidity sitting above those levels. With Mexico 1-0 up at 2-3 minutes, Ecuador's next goal has to be the equalizer, or this market keeps leaning Mexico.
Mexico led Ecuador 1-0 at 2-3 minutes, and you can feel the edge in it now with those little fouls and the benches getting loud. The referee's got to be consistent on the next couple of challenges because one late clip and this could turn nasty fast.
Mexico are holding around a 7-0 win chance with the draw and the lows, and Ecuador still single digits, and the book looks heavy on the sell side above those levels. With Mexico 1-0 up at 2-3 minutes, Ecuador need an equalizer to stop this from hardening into a Mexico control price. Mexico are still priced around a 7-0 favorite, with the draw in the lows and Ecuador stuck in single digits, and the order book looks top heavy with sell liquidity above. With Mexico up 1-0 at 2-3 minutes, Ecuador need an equalizer to stop this from settling into a Mexico control game.
Mexico lead Ecuador 1-0 on 2-4 minutes, and that opener was pure game plan, invite the press. Then Alvarado slips the through ball and Quiñones finishes like a striker in form. Now Ecuador have to step out, and that space behind the fullback is exactly where Mexico will fancy the next punch.
Mexico are still priced around a 7-0 favorite with the draw in the lows, and Ecuador down near single digits, and the book looks very top heavy on the sell side above. With Mexico 1-0 at 2-4 minutes, Ecuador need an equalizer to stop this from hardening into a Mexico control price.
Mexico lead Ecuador 1-0 at 2-4 minutes, and you can feel this one. Getting edgy, those earlier fouls have set a tone. If the tackles keep flying in with the crowd roaring, the referee's next couple of calls could decide whether he stays football or turns into a flashpoint.
Mexico still priced around a 7-0 favorite with the draw lows and Ecuador in single digits, and the book is stacked with sell liquidity overhead, so it's not chasing higher yet. At 1-0 on 2-5 minutes, Ecuador's equalizer is the only thing that really reopens this market. Mexico are still priced around a 7-0 favorite with the draw just above 2-0 and Ecuador in single digits, and the book looks lopsided with heavy sell liquidity overhead. At 1-0 on 2-5 minutes, Ecuador's equalizer is the one moment that would properly drag this back toward a coin flip.
We've got a drinks break at 2-5 minutes. Mexico leading Ecuador 1-0 as the players take a breather. That goal has changed the whole picture. Ecuador have to come out and play now, and that's exactly what Mexico will fancy that through ball in behind again.
Mexico still priced as roughly a 7-0 favorite with a draw on the lows and Ecuador in single digits, and the book is very top heavy on the sell side, so it's not lifting further. At 1-0 on 2-6 minutes, Ecuador need that equalizer to stop this from hardening into a Mexico closeout price.
Mexico lead Ecuador 1-0 at 2-6 minutes, and that opener really did come from alluring the press and then punching straight into the space behind. Now Ecuador have to step up a gear, and that's when Mexico's direct ball in transition can hurt them again. At 2-6 minutes, it's Mexico 1-0 Ecuador, and Ecuador are still looking for that first real punch back. John Yeboah's got that Hamburg-born Ecuador-eligible mix in his game, and after he already kissed the post, he feels like the one who can like the response.
Mexico's still priced around a 7-0 favorite with a draw on the lows and Ecuador in single digits, and the book remains heavy on the sell side, so it's not stretching higher. At 1-0 on 2-7 minutes, Ecuador's equalizer is the one goal that would genuinely reopen this market. Mexico are still priced around a 7-0 favorite with a draw on the lows, and Ecuador in single digits, and the book looks very sell-heavy overhead, so it's not racing further. At 101.27 minutes, Ecuador need an equalizer soon, or this pricing just keeps hardening toward a Mexico hold.
Drinks break on 2-7 minutes. Mexico still 1-0, and it really does feel like a lifeline for Ecuador to regroup. Since Quiñones' strike, they've struggled to build anything clean, so this is the moment for a clear message and a sharper first pass forward. Mexico lead Ecuador 1-0 with 2 minutes, and Ecuador have looked a bit too loose off the ball since that Quiñones finish. They gotta get compact first and stop getting that space with a through ball, because Mexico are loving dictating and then striking in behind. Mexico still lead Ecuador 1-0 at 2:08 minutes, and that little stoppage after the free kick is exactly where a referee can either cool it down or let it simmer. With a quick apology and a calm restart, you just want both teams to reset and keep the next challenge clean. Mexico lead Ecuador 1-0 at 2:08 minutes, and that little referee mix-up with the quick apology has to be the end of it now. In a game this tight, Mexico will want to compose, restart, and Ecuador simply can't let frustration over stoppages break their concentration. Mexico led Ecuador 1-0 at 2:09 minutes, and those scrappy stoppages with the drop ball restart can really spike the tension if they're not handled cleanly. The referee's got to keep it simple and consistent now, because one messy decision can drag both teams out of their rhythm. Foul by Inter Valencia at 2:09 minutes, and Mexico will happily take the stoppage with the 1-0 lead intact. Ecuador can't afford cheap giveaways like that. Now every set piece and restart is a chance for Mexico to slow it down and reset their shape.
Mexico are still sitting as roughly a low favorite, with the draw in the lows, and Ecuador down in single digits, and the book looks very sell-heavy overhead, so it's not stretching higher. At 1:09 minutes, Ecuador's equalizer is still the one moment that would properly loosen this Mexico-leaning price.
Half an hour gone here. Mexico lead Ecuador 1-0, and that earlier lightning delay still hangs over the flow. It's felt a bit stop-start. Ecuador have to find a cleaner first pass and settle, because Mexico are happy to manage these little breaks and protect the lead.
Mexico are still priced as roughly a low favorite with the draw in the lows, and Ecuador stuck in single digits, and the book looks very sell-heavy above, so it's not pushing higher. At 3:0 minutes and 1-0, Ecuador's equalizer is still the one goal that would genuinely reopen this market. Mexico's win price has jumped to around 9-0 now with a draw, down near 1-0, and Ecuador closer to 3, and the book looks stacked with sell liquidity above. At 3:0 minutes and 1-0, that's the market. Basically saying Mexico just need to keep their shape and avoid gifting Ecuador an equalizer.
30 minutes on the clock. Mexico lead Ecuador 1-0 after that Quiñones finish. Since the restart, it's been choppy with fouls and stoppages, and Mexico will be perfectly content to keep taking the air out of the game while Ecuador try to fight. Goal for Mexico on 3:1 minutes, and it's soon now Raul Jimenez, right-footed from the center of the box, absolutely ruthless in the penalty area. Ecuador have been punished again for leaving space where Mexico can get runners into that central channel.
Mexico's win odds have firmed into the low Joe range now with a draw in single digits, and Ecuador down around a few percent, so the market's basically pricing a Mexico closeout. At 2-on-3, 1 minute Ecuador need the next goal fast, or this turns into pure game management and the price just stays pinned. Mexico are now priced in the low dot range to win, with the draw in single digits and Ecuador basically a long shot, and liquidity looks heavily stacked on the sell side away from the current levels. At 2-0 after 2 minutes, Ecuador's next goal has to come soon to stop this from feeling like a locked Mexico closeout. Mexico still priced in the low piece sell range to win, with the draw under 1-0 and Ecuador down around 2, and the book is massively stacked with sell offers away from the action. At 2-on-3, 2 minutes, Ecuador need the next goal quickly, or this stays a Mexico control price.
32 minutes gone and Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0 with Quinoen and Raul Jimenez already on the score sheet. You can feel Ecuador getting picked off when they lose it in midfield. Mexico's first touch and the next pass are just too sharp right now. 32 minutes played, Mexico are 2-0 up, and that earlier lightning delay has turned it into a stop-start night. They've managed far better. Ecuador have to find one calmer spell on the ball because every loose touch in midfield is inviting Mexico to spring straight through the middle again.
Mexico still priced around a low sell favorite with the draw in single digits, and Ecuador down near 2, and there's huge sell liquidity sitting above, so it's not squeezing much higher. At 2-0 after 2 minutes, Ecuador need the next goal soon, or this stays a Mexico closeout market.
Mexico are 2 up on 2 minutes, and it's that one-touch zip through the middle that keeps slicing Ecuador open the moment possession turns over. Ecuador have got to tighten those central distances and play the safer first pass because every loose ball is becoming a Mexico break. 33 minutes gone, and it's a corner to Ecuador, conceded by Cesar Montes with Mexico still 2 up. This is a big set-piece moment for Ecuador to finally ask a question because Mexico have been so clinical whenever the ball's been turned over.
Mexico still priced around a low beacher favorite with the draw in single digits and Ecuador down near 2. And the order book is lopsided with heavy sell liquidity overhead, so it's not really squeezing higher. At 2-0 on 3 minutes, Ecuador need the next goal from this corner spell to stop the market feeling pinned. Mexico are holding around a low win chance while the draw sits near 1-0 in Ecuador around 2, and the book still stacked with sell liquidity, so there's no squeeze higher. At 2-0 on 3 minutes, Ecuador need to turn this corner pressure into a goal soon, or the market stays pinned on a Mexico closeout. Mexico still priced around a low win chance with the draw near 1-0 and Ecuador down around 1-2%, and the book looks capped by heavy sell liquidity above. At 2 in the 3/4 minute, Ecuador need the next goal soon, or this stays a Mexico control closeout style market. Mexico still priced in the low range to win with a draw around 9 and Ecuador down near 2, and the book looks capped by heavy sell liquidity above. At 2 in the 3/4 minute, Ecuador need the next goal soon, or this stays a Mexico closeout price.
"34 minutes gone, Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0, and at this altitude, that scoreline can feel even heavier on tired legs. After that earlier drinks break, you sense conditions will matter because Mexico can keep the pace up and force Ecuador into sloppy touches.
Mexico's still sitting in the low zone win range with the draw in single digits and Ecuador around 2, and that massive wall of offers overhead is keeping the price from squeezing higher. At 2 on 3, 5 minutes, Ecuador need the next goal before halftime, or this just stays a Mexico closeout market.
35 minutes gone, and Mexico are 2-0 up, and you can feel what that Raul Jimenez goal means in this stadium. It's not just the finish into the top corner from close range, it's a striker stamping his name a little deeper into Mexico's scoring history.
Mexico still priced just over 9 and 10 to win with the draw in single digits and Ecuador basically written off, and that heavy sell side depth is capping any further squeeze. At 2 on 3, 5 minutes, the market is saying Mexico can simply see out this half without drama and keep control.
Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0 on 3, 6 minutes, and that little cluster around Raul Jimenez is killing Ecuador's momentum. Every time it sticks into him, Mexico have 2 or 3 close enough to win a knockdown and play a next pass before Ecuador can even set their feet. Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0 on 3, 6 minutes, and you can understand why Raul Jimenez is being mentioned alongside Hernandez and Borghetti now. It's not just the goal. Mexico's whole attack sticks when it goes into him, and Ecuador can't get near the second ball.
Mexico's still priced at just over 9 and 10 for the win with the draw in single digits and Ecuador around 2%, and the book looks capped by heavy sell liquidity above. At 2-0-1-3-6 minutes, it's still Ecuador's next goal. That would be the only real trigger to shape this market.
Foul there by Julian Quinones on 3-8 minutes, and Mexico will happily take that little pause with a 2-0 cushion. Ecuador just can't afford to gift cheap set pieces and stoppages now because it lets Mexico reset and keep the game exactly where they want it.
Mexico is still priced around a 9-0 win chance with a draw in single digits, and Ecuador stuck near 2, and the book looks capped by heavy sell, liquidity above the current level. At 2 on 3-7 minutes, it's still Ecuador's next goal. That's the only thing likely to jolt this market.
Next score, 2 up at 3-7 minutes, and you can see why it feels so controlled. Every time it goes into Jimenez, there are green shirts tight around him to win that first contact and keep it with quick. Short passes, Ecuador have to match those numbers at the point of impact, or they'll never get a clean spell to build before the brink. Mexico are 2-0 up at 3-8 minutes, and you can hear how that crowd is turning every Mexico touch into another little moment of control. Ecuador look like they're forcing passes under pressure, while Mexico will be delighted to slow it down and keep the ball until halftime. Foul by Julian Quinones on 3-8 minutes, and with Mexico 2-0. That's the one thing you don't want to hand Ecuador: an easy set piece and a free swing into the box. Mexico have been in control from open play. Keep it clean and make Ecuador earn everything. Foul by Julianes on 3-8 minutes, and that hands Ecuador a free kick in the attacking half with Mexico 2-0 up. It's the one cheap invitation you don't want to give one decent delivery, and Ecuador can finally ask a question before halftime. Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0 at 3-9 minutes, and Ecuador have to find some calm from somewhere to stop this slipping away before halftime. That's where that Independiente del Valle schooling gets talked about. Players like Piero Hincapié have grown up in pressure, and Ecuador need that composure right now. 38 minutes on the clock, and Mexico still lead Ecuador 2-0, but that foul by Julian Quinones has handed Ecuador a free kick in the attacking half. This is a rare moment for Ecuador to put a ball into a dangerous area and test Mexico's concentration before the break. Corner for Ecuador on 4-0 minutes, conceded by Rule Rangel, and this is a real chance to change the feel of the hat at 2-0 down. Mexico have to be switched on here. No cheap second balls, no free headers, because one clean delivery brings Ecuador right back into it.
Mexico's win line is still sitting around 9-10 with Ecuador near 2% and the draw in single digits. And that heavy offer side depth suggests the market's capped rather than squeezing higher. With Mexico 2-0 up at 3-9 minutes, Ecuador need the next goal before halftime to make this pricing budge. Mexico's win odds are still sitting around 9-10 with Ecuador down near 2% and the draw in single digits, and the book remains heavily offer stacked, so there's no real squeeze higher. At 2 on 4-0 minutes, that Ecuador corner is the one moment that could finally force a repricing if they land the next goal.
Mexico still lead Ecuador 2-0 at 4-0 minutes, and Ecuador's got to show some bite around the ball now. Too often Mexico pop a quick 1-2 and nobody gets tight, and that's exactly how you keep getting played through between the lines. Back-to-back corners for Ecuador here in the 4-0 TH and 4-1 St. minute, and Mexico still lead 2-0. Rule Rangels has already had to make a save and then tip one behind, so Mexico have to be ruthless on that first clearance and the second ball right now.
Mexico still priced just under 9-10 to win with the draw in single digits, and Ecuador down around 3%, and the book remains heavily offer stacked, so it's not squeezing higher. At 2-0 around 4-0 minutes, Ecuador's quarter spell needs to finish faster. This stays a calm Mexico closeout price into halftime. Mexico still priced just under 9-10 to win with the draw, about 1-10, and Ecuador barely a couple percent, and the books offer heavy, so it's not squeezing higher. With Mexico 2-0 up at 4-1 minutes and Ecuador winning corners, they need a goal before halftime to force any real repricing. Mexico is still trading around a 9-0 win chance with a draw in single digits, and Ecuador near 2, and the book stays offer heavy, so there's no squeeze higher. With Mexico 2-0 up at 4-1 minutes, Ecuador's corner pressure needs an immediate payoff, or this pricing just cruises into halftime.
Corner again for Ecuador at 4. 2 minutes. Jorge Sanchez, the one who's had to put it behind them. Mexico still lead 2-0. This is a real little spell now. Ecuador stacking set pieces. Mexico have to win that first header and get the second ball cleared clean.
Mexico's win price is still basically 9 and 10 with a draw in single digits and Ecuador pinned around 2%, and the book looks heavily off or stacked, so it's not squeezing higher. With Mexico 2-0 up at 4-1 minutes, Ecuador's set-piece spell needs a goal right now, or this market just coasts into halftime.
42 minutes gone and Mexico still lead Ecuador 2-0, but Ecuador building a proper little spell here with that save Yaboa, effort, and a run of corners. The next ball is everything now. Mexico have to win the first header and, crucially, sweep up the second ball to kill this before halftime.
Mexico's win line is still pinned around the low-tier range, while Ecuador sits near 2 and the draw stays single digits with heavy offer-side liquidity, keeping any further squeeze capped. At 2-on-4, 2 minutes, Ecuador's run of corners needs to finish before halftime, or this pricing just holds steady.
Mexico still lead. Ecuador 2-0 at 4-2 minutes, but Ecuador have finally made Mexico defend with that Yaboa shot pushed away and a string of corners. If they keep forcing set pieces, it's all about the second ball. Mexico can't afford one loose clearance before the break.
Mexico still priced around a 9-0 win chance with a draw in single digits, and Ecuador down near 2, and the book was offer heavy, so it's not squeezing any higher. At 2 with a 4-3 RD minute, Ecuador need a goal before the break to force any real repricing.
42 minutes and Ecuador nearly pull one back from the corner. Hincapie gets that free header from inside the 6-yard area, but he sends it high and wide, and Mexico survived the scare at 2-0. And at 4-4, Jimenez answers at the other end with a header of his own just off target from the middle of the box.
Mexico still priced a touch above 9-0 to win with the draw in single digits, and Ecuador stuck around 2, and the offer side looks heavy, so there's no squeeze higher. At 2 with a 40-ready minute, it still takes an Ecuador goal before halftime to make this market blink. Mexico still priced in the low dough range to win with a draw in single digits and Ecuador down around 2%. And the book looks capped by heavy sell side liquidity rather than squeezing higher. With Mexico 2-0 up at 4-3 minutes, it still takes an Ecuador goal before halftime to make this market blink.
45 minutes and Ruud Jimenez has another go, this time a right footer from outside the box, but he drags it wide. That's Mexico in total control at T. Jimenez is feeling it now, even stepping out to shoot from range as the half runs down.
Mexico is still priced around a 9-0 win chance with Ecuador down near 2 in the draw in single digits, and the book looks capped rather than squeezing higher. At 2 with a 4-th minute, it still takes an Ecuador goal before halftime to make this market blink. Mexico is still priced around a 9-0 win chance with the draw in single digits and Ecuador down near 2, and the book looks heavily offer stacked, so it's not squeezing higher. At 2-0, right? On halftime, it's basically hold the line pricing unless Ecuador strike early after the restart. Mexico's win odds are still sitting in the low Joe range with Ecuador stuck around 2 when the draw in single digits and the sell side looks heavy, so there's no late half squeeze. At 4-5-1 with Mexico, 2-0 off the markets, basically saying Ecuador need an early second half goal to change the script.
45-1, and it's a foul by Alafranco for Ecuador, and he's gone into the book right on the edge of halftime with Mexico leading 2-0. That's the kind of needless stoppage Ecuador can't afford here. Mexico will happily slow it down and see out this added time.
Mexico still priced just over 9 and 10 to win, with a draw in the high single digits and Ecuador around 2%, and the book was capped by heavy offers rather than squeezing. At 4-5-2 with Mexico 2-0 up, it's still no drama pricing unless Ecuador land a quick one after the break. Mexico still priced in the low Joe range to win, with Ecuador down around 2 and the draw in single digits, and the book is stacked with sellers, so there's no squeeze. At 4-5-2 with Mexico.
We're into 4-5-2 with Mexico 2-0 up, and you can see Ecuador's tight man-to-man attention on Quinones is costing them. There's space opening up behind Esteni. Mexico are zipping low 1-2s into it. At 2 down, Ecuador have to press with cover because one runner off Jimenez, and they're exposed again.
Mexico remains priced at just over 9 and 10 to win, with Ecuador around 2% and the draw in single digits, and the sell side is still stacked, so there's no late half squeeze. At 4-5-3 and 2-0, that Ecuador set piece has to produce right now, or this market walks into halftime unchanged.
Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0 in stoppage time at 4-5-3, and as they try to see out this half, you can't miss that Mexico player with the protective headband. It started as a necessity after a nasty skull injury, and now is part of his identity. Real resilience behind the performance.
Mexico's still sitting around a low-bin chance with Ecuador near 2 and the draw in single digits, and the book is massively offer heavy, so there's no squeeze higher. At 4-5-3 and 2-0, that Ecuador free kick is the one moment that can force a quick repricing before halftime. Mexico is still priced around a 9-0 win chance with Ecuador near 2 and the draw in single digits, and the sell side is so heavy, it's basically capping any further lift. At 4-5-4 with Mexico up 2-0, this stays locked in unless Ecuador finally cash in this last set piece moment before the whistle.
Mexico are 2-0 up at 4-5-4, and it really has felt like they've been one clean finish away from killing this before the whistle. Ecuador have had set piece looks, but the final header and the final ball just haven't been sharp enough to change the move.
Mexico is still priced around a 9-0 win chance with a draw in single digits, and Ecuador down near 2, and the sell side remains stacked, so there's no squeeze higher. At 4-5-4, with Mexico 2-0 up, it's still waiting on an Ecuador set payoff to force any real repricing before halftime. Mexico still priced around a 9 and 10 chance to win, and the order book is clearly offer heavy, so there's no squeeze, despite all that earlier draw and Ecuador positioning. With Mexico 2-0 up deep in stoppage time, it's basically walking into halftime unchanged, unless Ecuador nick one right here.
Mexico are 2-0 up at 4-5-5, and Ecuador just look a touch heavy-legged as this half drains away. If that travel and sleep talk has any truth to it, you can see it in the rush set-piece deliveries and the frustration spilling into fouls like Franco's booking.
Mexico stays priced around a low win chance with Ecuador pinned near 2 and the draw in single digits, and the book is still heavily stacked on the sell side, so there's no squeeze. At 4-5-5 with Mexico 2-0 up, it's basically halftime pricing unless Ecuador finally turn this last set piece spell into a goal.
45-5, and it's another corner for Ecuador. Harpe Chanez, again the one, forced to concede it. And this is Ecuador's last big chance to make Mexico defend before the break at 2-0. Mexico have to be ruthless here, win the first header, then clear the second ball cleanly.
Mexico still priced at roughly a 9 and 10 win chance with Ecuador down near 2% and the draw in single digits, and the book remains heavily offer stacked, so it's not squeezing higher. At halftime, up 2-0, the only real way to shake this is an early Ecuador goal after the restart. Mexico was still priced at roughly a 9 and 10 win chance with the draw in single digits, and Ecuador stuck around 2%, and the offers are stacked, so there's no squeeze higher. At halftime, 2-0, the market's basically saying Ecuador need a fast goal after the restart to make this interesting. Mexico's still trading around a 9 and 10 win chance with Ecuador stuck near 2% and the draw in single digits, and the book is so offer heavy, it's capping any upside. At halftime, 2-0, the only clean catalyst is Ecuador scoring early after the restart to force a real repricing.
Halftime in Mexico City. Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0, and Ecuador's set pieces have just lacked any real quality when they've had the moments. If that travel and altitude talk is real, the second half has to start with calmer deliveries and better decisions because Mexico won't gift them anything.
Mexico's win price is still parked in the low range with the draw in single digits and Ecuador near zero, and the offers remain stacked. So there's no squeeze despite those big earlier positions. At halftime 2-0, the market's basically waiting on an early Ecuador goal after the restart to force any real repricing. Mexico is still priced around a 9 and 10 win chance, with the draw in single digits, and Ecuador down near 2%, and the sell side looks heavy enough to cap any late drift. At halftime, 2-0. The only thing that really dents this is Ecuador striking early after the restart.
Halftime in Mexico City, Mexico field lead Ecuador 2-0, and you do wonder if that disrupted sleep and the altitude have taken a little edge off Ecuador's legs and minds. Second half, they got to slow it down on the dead balls, pick a target, hit the first contact, and give themselves a route back.
Mexico's win odds are still sitting around the low-Joe range, with the draw in single digits, and Ecuador down near 2%, and the sell side looks heavy, so there's no squeeze higher. At halftime, 2-0, Ecuador need a quick goal after the restart to force any real repricing.
Halftime in Mexico City, Mexico led Ecuador 2-0, and Ecuador do look a bit flat and frustrated as they head down the tunnel. Those first 5 or 10 minutes after the restart are massive now. Ecuador need a cleaner, calmer start just to give themselves something to hang on to. Halftime in Mexico City, Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0. Ecuador did at least win that late corner and a couple of set-piece moments, but the delivery and the first contact just haven't been good enough to really test Mexico before the break.
Mexico still being priced at about a 9 and 10 win chance, with Ecuador down around 2% and the draw in single digits, and the offers are stacked, so there's no real push higher. At halftime 2-0, the only thing that changes the tone fast is Ecuador scoring early after the restart.
Halftime, Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0 after a first half, where Mexico carried the sharper edge in the final third. Ecuador had that late corner and a couple of dead ball looks, but the quality of the delivery and the first contact just hasn't asked Mexico enough questions. Halftime here, Mexico going 2-0 up on Ecuador. You saw it right at the end. Ecuador finally forced the corner in a couple of set-piece moments, but the delivery and that first contact just haven't made Mexico properly defend their goal.
Mexico remains priced around a 9-1 win chance, with a draw in single digits, and Ecuador near 2, and the sell side depth is still heavy, so there's no squeeze higher. At halftime 2-0, the market's basically saying Ecuador need an early second half goal to force a real repricing.
Halftime in Mexico City, Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0. Ecuador have had a couple of late set-piece moments, but the delivery and that first contact has had to be clean enough to really put Mexico under stress before the break. Halftime in Mexico City, Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0. Right before the break, Raul Jimenez had 2 sights of goal. First, the header too high, then the long-range effort drifting wide. So Mexico have still looked the more threatening when chances open up. Halftime at 4:55, Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0. Right at the end, you saw Mexico still finding Jimenez in shooting positions while Ecuador's best route. Those late corners and free kicks just didn't produce a clean first contact. Halftime at 4:55 in Mexico City, Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0. Right before the whistle, Mexico was still finding Raul Jimenez for 2 looks at goal, but Ecuador's late corner and free kick moments never turned into a clean first header. Halftime at 4:55, Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0, and it's a big hill now for Ecuador after that late corner came to nothing. Mexico even finished the half, still finding Raul Jimenez in shooting positions, which tells you who had the clearer edge. Halftime at 4:55, Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0. That late Ecuador corner and the free kick on the right never found a clean first contact, and Mexico still looked the more likely right to the whistle, with Jimenez getting 2 sights of goal. Halftime in Mexico City, Mexico led Ecuador 2-0 at 4:55. Ecuador did at least force that late corner, but it came to nothing again, and Mexico was still the ones getting Jimenez into shooting positions right up to the whistle. Halftime at 4:55, Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0. That yellow by Alan Franco right before the break is a warning sign for Ecuador. Mexico, we're still drawing fouls and keeping the game in safer areas as the half closed. Halftime at 4-5-5. Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0, and Ecuador got a lot to fix in the second half. That late yellow for Alan Franco is a real concern too. He's going to have to defend on a tightrope from here. Halftime at 4-5-5, and it's Mexico 2-0 Ecuador. That late Ecuador corner and the free kick on the right never produced a clean first touch, while Mexico looked comfortable seeing it out and even had Jimenez sniffing around goal before the whistle. Halftime in Mexico City, Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0 after 4-5-5. Ecuador did at least win that late corner, but it fizzled out again, and the Alan Franco booking just tightens the margin for error when they come back out. Halftime at 4-5-5, Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0. Ecuador's last little push free kick, then that corner, never found a clean first touch, and with Alan Franco booked, they've got to be careful how they defend when Mexico run at them after the break. Halftime at 4-5-5, Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0. Ecuador's last chance to shift the mood was that late corner, but it did turn into a first clean contact, and now they've got a big Alan Franco to manage after the break. Halftime at 4-5-5 in Mexico City. Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0. Ecuador's last little set-piece moments before the whistle didn't produce a clean first contact, and that leaves them with a lot to solve when the second half starts. Halftime at 4-5-5, and it's Mexico 2-0 Ecuador. Ecuador's late set-piece moments didn't land a clean first contact, and with Alan Franco on a yellow, they've got to defend. Much smarter when Mexico start running at them again after the break. Halftime at 4-5-5, Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0. Ecuador did at least win that last corner right on the whistle, but again, they couldn't get the first contact, and that's the kind of detail they've got to fix fast after the break. Halftime at 4-5-5, Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0. Those two late Jimenez efforts show Mexico was still finding him in dangerous areas right up to the break, while Ecuador's last set-piece moments did produce a clean first touch.
Mexico's still priced in the low Joe win range with a draw in single digits and Ecuador down around 2, and that huge sell-side depth is basically capping any further drift. With Mexico 2-0 up at halftime, the market's waiting for an early Ecuador goal after the restart to force a real repricing.
Halftime at 4-5-5, and it's Mexico 2-0 Ecuador. Mexico even had Raul Jimenez gain on the end of chances right before the whistle, while Ecuador's late set-piece moment still couldn't produce that first clean contact.
Mexico is still priced in the low Borreo win range, with a draw in single digits, and Ecuador stuck around 2%, and the sell-side depth looks heavy, so nothing's squeezing. At 2-0 up at halftime, it'll take an early Ecuador goal after the restart to force a real repricing.
Halftime in Mexico City, Mexico led Ecuador 2-0. And that replay of the opener tells the story. Quayones makes the decision in a flash and buries it with real conviction. Ecuador simply can't switch off early after the restart because Mexico punished the station instantly. Halftime at 4-5-5. Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0. Those late moments summed it up. Mexico were still finding Raul Jimenez in shooting positions, while Ecuador set pieces, and that final corner just couldn't produce a clean first contact.
Mexico are still priced in the low Jew win range at the break, with a draw in single digits and Ecuador down around 2%, and the sell side depth is heavy, so nothing's squeezing higher. At 2-0 up at halftime, the only real trigger is Ecuador landing an early second half goal to force a repricing.
Halftime at 4-5-5 in Mexico City. Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0, and it does feel like they've earned every bit of it. The Azteca crowd is turning that control into real momentum, and Ecuador have to land an early second half spell of calm possession before the noise takes over. Halftime at 4-5-5, Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0, and you can feel Ecuador stewing over a couple of refereeing moments. But with Franco already on a yellow, they've got to channel that anger into discipline, not reckless challenges after the restart. Halftime at 4-5-5, Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0, and the message from Mexico can't be to sit on it. Those late looks for Raul Jimenez showed they can still hurt Ecuador when they keep the ball moving forward. Ecuador have to open up after the break, but that risks leaving gaps for Mexico to pick off in transition. Halftime in Mexico City, Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0, and you can feel the Azteca feeding off it. Every replay, every roar, it's lifting the whole place. Ecuador's first 5 minutes after the restart have to be calm and clean on the ball just to take the volume out of the game. Halftime at 4-5-5, and it's Mexico 2-0 Ecuador, and the temptation for Mexico can't be to drop off now. Keep that front foot intent. Those late looks for Raul Jimenez showed Ecuador can still be stretched, and if Ecuador chase it early, the counter space is there. Halftime at 4-5-5, and it's Mexico 2-0 Ecuador, and the big question is whether Mexico stay on the front foot or stop protecting what they've got. Ecuador have to gamble after the break, and that can open up exactly the kind of transition space Mexico love to attack. Halftime at 4-5-5, and it's Mexico 2-0 Ecuador. That yellow for Alan Franco is a real warning sign for Ecuador. Down 2 goals, they'll need intensity after the restart, but they cannot afford another rash challenge. Halftime at 4-5-5, Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0. Those 2 late misses from Raul Jimenez are a reminder Mexico were still creating right up to the whistle, while Ecuador head into the break needing a cleaner final ball without losing their discipline. After that, Alan Franco booking. Halftime in Mexico City, Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0, and the tactical question is whether Aguirre keeps that brave look with Santos wide and the young Mora trusted again. With Jimenez still getting chances late on, Mexico can smell a third if they stay positive rather than dropping into protection mode. Halftime in Mexico City, Mexico led Ecuador 2-0. Those late moments told the story. Mexico were still finding Raul Jimenez in good shooting areas, while Ecuador's best hope was that final corner that never turned into a clean chance. Halftime in Mexico City, Mexico led Ecuador 2-0 after 4-5-5. That late Ecuador corner came to nothing, and it's a reminder they've got to make their set pieces count in the second half if they're going to give themselves a root back. Halftime at 4-5-5, but it's Mexico 2-0 Ecuador. Ecuador's last act was that corner, but it never became a clean look, and now the second half has to start with sharper set-piece execution and calmer discipline. After that, Alan Franco booking. Halftime at 4-5-5, Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0, and the big decision is mindset. Do they manage the game or keep feeding Raul Jimenez with those early crosses and shots we saw right before the whistle? Ecuador have to come out braver, but Alan Franco in a yellow means they've got to be aggressive. Halftime change for Ecuador. Angelo Preciado is on, replacing Alan Franco after that late booking, and it's Mexico leading 2-0 at the break. That feels like a move to reset the right side and calm things down defensively because Franco was walking a tightrope there. Halftime at the Azteca, Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0. Halftime change for Ecuador. Yaiman Medina is on for Alan Franco. And remember, Franco had just gone into the book late in that first half. It's a clear move to take the risk out of midfield and try to reset their intensity without flirting with the second yellow. Halftime at 4-5-5, Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0. And it's been Mexico still asking questions right to the whistle with Jimenez getting looks. Ecuador have got to come out with cleaner set pieces and smarter challenges because that Franco yellow is a tightrope now. We're back underway at 4-6 minutes with Mexico leading Ecuador 2-0, and Ecuador have rolled the dice with 2 halftime changes to steady that back line. Now it's about staying alive at this score and finding one clean moment, because if Mexico land a third, this feels like it could run away. Second half rolling at 4-6 minutes. Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0, and Ecuador have already used those halftime changes to try and settle things down. The first few minutes here are about Ecuador keeping their discipline and shape. No cheap fouls, no early panic.
Mexico still priced around a 9-10 win chance, and the book is lopsided with heavy sell interest sitting above, so there's no real squeeze despite those big earlier tickets. With Mexico 2-0 up just after the restart, Ecuador need a quick goal to make this market blink. Mexico still priced in the low doju win range with the draw in single digits, and Ecuador down near 2%, and the order book remains offer heavy, so there's no squeeze. At 2-0 just after the restart, it still takes an early Ecuador goal to make this market blink.
Early in the second half at 4-6 minutes, Mexico are still 2-0 up, and Roberto Alvarado has just dragged a left-footed effort high and wide from the right side of the box. That's the warning sign for Ecuador already. Quiyuna just picking passes in behind, and Mexico are straight back on the front foot. Mexico still lead Ecuador 2-0 at 4-8 minutes, and those halftime tweaks for Ecuador already look a bit risky. Mexico are finding real room down their right again because Ecuador's left side isn't getting back quickly enough to close that channel.
Mexico is still priced in the low Joe win range, while the draw sits in the mid-single digits, and Ecuador is down around 2%, with heavy offers overhead, keeping a lid on any squeeze. At 4-7 minutes and 2-0, that market stance says Ecuador need a quick strike to make this pricing blink.
Mexico still lead Ecuador 2-0 at 4-8 minutes, and that halftime reshuffle for Ecuador is already being tested. Mexico are getting joy down their right again, with Alvarado and Quiñones spotting that left side recovery gap one, clean switch, and it could open up a third. "48 minutes, Mexico still lead Ecuador 2-0, and Yaimar Medina gives away a foul for Ecuador just after coming on at the break. That's exactly the kind of cheap stoppage Ecuador can't afford. Now Mexico will happily slow it down, take the free kick, and reset their shape.
Mexico is holding in the low win range, while the draw stays in single digits, and Ecuador is pinned around 2%, with a very offer-heavy bookkeeping. Any squeeze capped. At 2-0 for 9 minutes, it still takes one Ecuador goal to make this market finally flinch. Mexico still priced in the low Doperzan win range, with Ecuador stuck around 2% and the draw in the mid-single digits, and the book is massively offer-heavy, so nothing squeezing. At 9 minutes and 2-0, Mexico can manage this. The one Ecuador goal is the only thing that forces a real rethink.
Mexico still lead Ecuador 2-0 at 9 minutes, and you can see the risk for Ecuador when they step up. Mexico keep finding that pocket down the right channel. If Ecuador don't get quicker cover on that left side, one turnover and it's a straight transition chance. Mexico led Ecuador 2-0 at 9 minutes, and Ecuador's second half aggression is opening a real lane down Mexico's. Right? Alvarado and Quiñones keep spotting that space early. If the cover doesn't slide across quicker, Mexico will punish the next turnover in transition. "49 minutes gone, Mexico still lead Ecuador 2-0, and it's a foul from Jesus Gallardo that hands Ecuador a free kick back in their defensive half. That's a little release valve for Ecuador to get out and breathe, but Mexico will be happy to slow the rhythm and reset their shape.
Mexico's win odds are still sitting around the low so range, with Ecuador near 2% and the draw in the mid-single digits, and that offer-heavy book is still capping any move. At 50 minutes and 2-0, the market's basically saying Mexico just need to keep it tidy and avoid conceding the next one. Mexico's still priced in the low Joe win range, with the draw in single digits and Ecuador down around 2%, and the offers are stacked, so there's no squeeze higher. At 50 minutes and 2-0, it's Mexico's game to manage, unless Ecuador nick the next goal.
51 minutes in Ecuador, finally. Have a look, Pedro Vite lets fly left-footed from outside the box, but he can't keep it down, and it sails wide. That's the kind of hit they need to take at 2-0, but Mexico will be delighted. It never really asked a question.
Mexico still trading in the low win range, with the draw in mid-single digits and Ecuador basically priced out, and the offers are stacked, so there's no squeeze. At 2-5, 1 minutes, that's the market backing Mexico to see this out, unless Ecuador finally land the next goal.
51 minutes, Mexico still lead Ecuador 2-0, and you can feel Ecuador trying to go more direct to force the issue. The danger is without someone up top to hold it and bring runners in, those quick turnovers just hand Mexico the counter and make the chase even longer. Mexico still lead Ecuador 2-0 at 2 minutes, and that's the problem for Ecuador right now. They can't get any grip up front to hold the ball and bring midfield runners into play. Every time it comes straight back, Mexico just reset, and Ecuador are forced into another long sprint back toward their own box. Mexico still lead Ecuador 2-0 at 2 minutes, and you can see Mexico quite content to drop into that protected block and invite Ecuador on. The issue for Ecuador is there's no real outlet to stick it up to, so possession keeps turning into another turnover and another recovery run. Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0 at 2 minutes, and you can see Mexico are perfectly happy sitting in that protected block and shutting off the middle. Ecuador can have the ball, but without a real focal point to hold it up, their moves keep fizzling out and coming straight back at them.
Mexico is still priced in the low Joe win range, with the draw stuck in mid-single digits and Ecuador down around 2%, and the book looks offer
53
heavy,
minutes
so there's
gone.
no
Mexico still lead Ecuador 2-0, and Ecuador's move breaks down again with Ener Valencia flagged offside.
Finding the next
That's
goal.
exactly what Mexico want now. Hold their line, stay compact, and force Ecuador to start every attack from deeper positions. 53 minutes, Mexico still lead Ecuador 2-0, and Ener Valencia is called offside again as Ecuador try to force the issue. That's Mexico managing the game perfectly right now. Discipline, backline, compact distances, and Ecuador's timing has to be absolutely spot on to get in behind.
Mexico still pinned in the low Joe win range, with Ecuador basically priced out and the draw only mid-single digits. And that huge sell wall on the draw tells you nobody's paying up for a comeback script. At 2-5, 3 minutes, it's still Mexico's game unless Ecuador finally land the next goal.
Mexico still lead Ecuador 2-0 at 4 minutes, and Ecuador getting into promising pockets, but the final pass and the timing just aren't there. Another rush decision, another run too early. Mexico will happily sit in that compact block and let frustration do the defending for them.
Mexico still trading in the low Joe win range, while the draw is stuck around 5%, and Ecuador is basically priced out with a massive sell wall, keeping any draw repricing capped. At 4 minutes and 2-0, the market's saying Mexico can keep managing this unless Ecuador finally grab the next goal. Mexico still sitting around the middle so win range with a draw near 5%, and Ecuador basically priced out, and the book is stacked with offers, so there's no real squeeze brewing. At 4 minutes and 2-0, that pricing says Mexico just need to stay compact and not gift Ecuador. The next goal, Mexico is still priced in the low win range with the draw in single digits and Ecuador basically at 1%. And the draw book is wildly offer heavy, so any comeback narrative is getting sold. At 5 minutes and 2-0, it still takes an Ecuador goal to force this market to reprice. Mexico is still priced around the low to win with the draw in single digits and Ecuador basically at 1%, and the draw side is buried under heavy offers, so it's not lifting. At 6 minutes and 2-0, the market's saying Mexico can keep managing this unless Ecuador finally land the next goal.
Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0 at 5-6 minutes, and you can feel the Aztecas history in the air. This place has seen Mexico rise to the occasion before. Right now, they're playing with that same calm authority, holding their line and letting Ecuador run into offsides and dead ends. "56 minutes gone, Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0, and the tempo has definitely dropped a notch compared to that first half surge. It's smart control from Mexico, but the risk is you let Ecuador settle, push higher, and start finding a new route into the box.
Mexico's still priced in the low win range with the draw only mid-single digits and Ecuador basically at 1%, and the draw book is smothered by sell-side liquidity, so it's not lifting. At 7 minutes and 2-0, that's the market, daring Ecuador to score next before anyone even considers a rethink.
57 minutes gone, Mexico still lead, Ecuador 2-0, but the pace has dipped and Mexico's movement looks a bit more static than that electric first half. It's control game management, yet it also gives Ecuador a chance to settle and search for a cleaner route into the final third. 57 minutes in Mexico still lead, Ecuador 2-0, and you can see Mexico easing the tempo and standing a little flatter off the ball compared to that first half. It's sensible control, but it's also the invitation. Ecuador want to start stepping up and trying something different in the final third.
Mexico stays priced in the low win range, with Ecuador basically at 1% and the draw stuck in the mid-single digits. And that draw book is still buried under heavy offers. At 7 minutes and 2-0, it still shows us a goal from Ecuador before this market even flinches. Mexico is still priced around the mid-win range, with Ecuador effectively at 1% and the draw stuck in the mid-single digits. And the draw side is smothered by sell offers, so it can't lift. At 9 minutes and 2-0, the market's basically saying only an Ecuador goal changes the script.
Just past the hour and Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0, and we've got it. 58 minutes, Mexico win a free kick on the right after Hincapié clips Morta, and then Mexico make the change with Brian Gutierrez on for Gilberto Morta. Ecuador respond by sending on Kevin Rodriguez for Ana Valencia at 5-9, and straight away, Gutierrez concedes a foul to hand Ecuador a free kick deep in their own half.
Mexico's still priced in the low win range and the draw remains capped in the mid-single digits with a huge wall of offers overhead. At 9 minutes and 2-0, that tells you the market expects Mexico to keep killing the clock unless Ecuador nick. The next one quickly. Mexico is still trading in the mid-win range while the draw sits around 5%, and Ecuador is basically written off with heavy sell-side liquidity still capping any draw lift. At 9 minutes and 2-0, that's the market backing Mexico to see this out, unless Ecuador strikes soon. Mexico still priced in the low to mid-jaw range to win, with Ecuador near 1 and the draw stuck in the mid-single digits under a mountain of sell-side offers. At 2 on 5, 9 minutes, that's the market saying Mexico can manage this, unless Ecuador find a quick lifeline. Mexico's win price is still pinned in the mid-so range, with Ecuador basically at 1% and the draw stuck in single digits under a huge stack of sell offers. At 6 minutes and 2-0, the market's saying Mexico just needs to keep it tidy and avoid conceding the next goal.
"61 minutes, Mexico still lead, Ecuador 2-0, and William Pacho wins Ecuador a free kick back in the defensive half. That just shows how deep they're having to start again. Mexico's shape is forcing Ecuador to build from miles out rather than turning them near the box. Mexico led Ecuador 2-0 on 6 minutes, and Brian Gutierrez is on now for Mexico, with Kevin Rodriguez introduced up top for Ecuador. Gutierrez is that creative connector between midfield and the front line. If he keeps it tidy, Mexico can slow this right down and pick their moments. "61 minutes gone. Mexico still lead. Ecuador 2-0, and Brian Gutierrez is now the fresh creative option in that attacking midfield slot. If he can keep finding the simple angles and turning on the pressure, Mexico can make Ecuador chase shadows and choose exactly when to speed it up. "61 minutes. Mexico still lead. Ecuador 2-0, and William Pacho wins Ecuador a free kick deep in his own defensive half. That tells you Mexico's pressure is forcing Ecuador to restart from a long way out again, with no easy way to turn and face goal quickly.
Mexico still priced in a low to mid stall range to win, with a drawdown in the mid single digits, and Ecuador basically at 1%. And that draw book is massively offer heavy, so it's not lifting. At 6 minutes and 2-0, the market's saying Mexico just need to stay disciplined and not hand Ecuador the next goal. Mexico remains priced in the low to mid Joe win range, with a draw around 5% and Ecuador near 1. And there's still a huge wall of sell liquidity capping any draw move. At 6 minutes and 2-0, it's still no drama, unless Ecuador grab the next goal to force a rethink. Mexico is still priced in the low Joe range to win, with the draw stuck around the mid-single digits and Ecuador effectively at 1%, and the draw side remains capped by heavy sell liquidity. At 2 minutes and 2-0, the market's basically saying Mexico just need to keep it clean and deny Ecuador that next goal.
62 minutes gone. Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0, and you can feel that old knockout stage weight hanging in the air as the Azteca starts to believe. The key now is game management. Keep Ecuador pinned, starting from deep, and let that clock do the talking.
Mexico still priced in the mid-so range to win, while the draw sits in the mid-single digits, and Ecuador is basically at 1%, but that draw book's still buried under heavy sell side. At 2 minutes and 2-0, it's telling Mexico to keep it simple, don't concede the next one, and the clock does the rest. Mexico is still priced in the mid-so range to win, with the draw around 5%, Ecuador effectively written off. And that draw side is still capped by a huge wall of sell offers. At 3 minutes and 2-0, that Ecuador corner is the one trigger. Concede here and you'll see this market finally twitch. Mexico stays priced in the mid-so range to win, with the draw still around 5% and Ecuador near 1. And that draw book remains heavily offer capped, so it can't lift. At 3 minutes and 2-0, this Ecuador corner is the live risk point. Mexico win first contact and the market stays calm.
65 minutes gone. Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0, and now it's all about keeping the head while the clock starts to feel heavy. That Ecuador corner a moment ago is the warning sign. Mexico have to win first contact and keep forcing Ecuador to build from deep. Mexico are 2-0 up at 6-5 minutes, and you can feel that old fifth game weight hovering over every decision now. The job is simple: stay composed, win the first header on set pieces like that recent Ecuador corner, and don't hand them a cheap way back in. "66 minutes gone, Mexico lead, Ecuador 2-0, and they do look happy to drop off and spring the counter when the space opens. Ecuador seeing plenty of the ball, but that last pass and the final decision in the box just keeps letting them down.
Mexico is still priced around a mid-show to win chance, with Ecuador near 1% and the draw stuck in the low single digits under heavy sell side. At 6 minutes and 2-0, that's the market saying Mexico just need to manage the next set piece and see this out.
Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0 at 6-7 minutes, and you can feel that fifth game storyline creeping into every touch now. The key is composure. Keep winning that first contact on set pieces like the recent corner, and don't gift Ecuador a cheap route back in.
Mexico still priced around a mid or chance to win with the draw in the low single digits, and Ecuador basically at 1. And the draw book remains heavily offer capped. At 6-7 minutes and 2-0, it stays calm unless Ecuador the next goal to make this a live finish. Mexico's win odds are still sitting around the mid-sell range, with Ecuador effectively at 1% and the draw in low single digits, and that draw side is still smothered by heavy sell offers. At 6-7 minutes and 2-0, it's telling you the market only really wakes up if Ecuador score next.
Back-to-back corners for Mexico here at 6-6 and 6-7 minutes, and they still lead Ecuador 2-0. That's exactly the kind of pressure you want at this stage. Keep Ecuador defending their own box, keep them pinned, and make them clear their lines again and again.
Mexico still priced in the mid-show range to win with the drawdown, around 4%, and Ecuador essentially written off. And that draw book is still buried under a massive sell wall. At 6-7 minutes and 2-0, the only real way this market gets nervous is if Ecuador find the next goal.
67 minutes and Mexico win another corner, and they nearly make it 3. Johan Vasquez gets up for the header, but it just wide to the right after Alvarado's cross. And now at 6-8, we've got a drinks break, a chance for Ecuador to reset after that set-piece pressure.
Mexico is still priced around a mid-jet C win chance with the draw in the low single digits, and Ecuador basically pinned near 0, and that draw side is still smothered by heavy sell liquidity. At 6-9 minutes and 2-0, it's steady as you like, unless Ecuador grab the next goal to force a rethink.
Mexico are 2-0 up at 6-9 minutes, and now the clean sheet is the real prize as much as a third goal. After those recent corners and headers, it's all about Mexico staying switched on its set pieces, one sloppy clearance, and Ecuador will have a lifeline. Mexico still lead Ecuador 2-0 at 6-9 minutes, and it really does feel like they're comfortable letting Ecuador step up a few yards. But every time Mexico swing it in from wide or win a set piece, Ecuador's marking looks loose, and those center backs are getting free runs. "70 minutes gone, Mexico lead, Ecuador 2-0, and that left side is still the trigger. Alvarado keeps bending it into nasty areas, and Ecuador are losing runners at the first contact. If they don't tighten that marking on corners and wide free kicks, Mexico center backs will keep getting clean looks." "70 minutes gone, and Mexico still lead, Ecuador 2-0, and that left channel is where the danger keeps starting. Alvarado's delivery is dragging Ecuador in the set-piece defending again and again. Ecuador's losing runners on first contact, and that's exactly how a third goal creeps up on you.
Mexico's win price is now basically highs with a drawdown around 3%, and Ecuador priced almost dead, and the book is still stacked with heavy offers against any draw rally. At 7:0 minutes and 2-0, that's the market saying Mexico just need to avoid conceding the next goal, and it's nearly done. We don't have a live book snapshot, but the flow shows a huge position, leaning into the draw, while Mexico backers are still paying up in the high confidence range. At 7:1 minutes and 2-0, that draw money only comes alive if Ecuador grab the next goal and turn the last 2-0 into a sweat.
70 minutes gone, Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0, and that set-piece danger hasn't gone away at all. Ecuador keeps switching off on the runners, and it's inviting those free headers again. If they don't get touch tight, Mexico can absolutely find a third.
Mexico are still priced in the mid-0 range to win, with the draw stuck around 4% and Ecuador near 1, and the draw side looks capped by heavy sell liquidity. At 7:1 minutes and 2-0, that's the market saying Mexico just can't concede the next goal. Mexico remain priced in the mid-sol range to win, while the draw sits around 4% and looks pinned by heavy sell side liquidity. With Mexico 2-0 up at 7:1 minutes, the market's basically saying the only real danger is conceding next and letting Ecuador make it a finish. Mexico are still priced around a mid-sums win chance with the draw in the low single digits and Ecuador effectively at 1, and that draw side looks capped by heavy sell liquidity. At 7:2 minutes and 2-0, the market's basically screaming, don't concede next, and this stays locked. Mexico still trading in the mid-0 win range where the draw sits around 5%, but looks heavily capped by sell liquidity, and Ecuador remains priced as a long shot. At 7:2 minutes and 2-0, the market's message is simple, Mexico just can't concede the next goal.
72 minutes gone. Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0, and they look totally comfortable letting the cross come in because they trust their spacing and that first header. For Ecuador, it's not just about moving it quicker now. It's Ecuador win the corner on 7:2 minutes, and then at 7:3, Mexico make a change. Ope Vargas is on for Luis Romo, with Mexico still 2-0. That's a fresh pair of legs right in the engine room to help Mexico manage this closing stretch and protect that clean sheet.
Mexico still priced in the mid-show range to win with a draw around 4% and Ecuador near 0, and that draw side remains pinned under heavy sell liquidity. At 7:3 minutes and 2-0, it stays quiet unless Ecuador score next and turn the closing stretch into pressure. Mexico are still priced around a 9.05 win chance with a draw stuck near 4, and Ecuador barely above 0, and the draw book looks capped by heavy sell liquidity. At 7:3 minutes with Mexico 2-0 up, it stays calm unless Ecuador nick the next goal and force a late rethink.
74 minutes and Mexico make the change up. Top Santiago Giménez is on for Ruiz Jimenez, with Mexico still leading Ecuador 2-0. 0. And Ecuador do have a side of goal straight after. Kevin Rodriguez slicing a right-footed effort from the left side of the box, but it's off target.
Mexico still priced in the mid-zozis to win with a draw stuck around the low single digits and Ecuador near 0, and there's a wall of sell liquidity sitting above the draw. At 7:04 minutes and 2-0, it's basically managed to clock because only an Ecuador goal changes the market mood.
75 minutes gone, Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0, and those substitutions from Aguirre scream control Vargas in the midfield legs, Santi Giménez to work the front without opening the game up. Ecuador's problem now is they're crossing into a backline that's already set and waiting.
Mexico are still priced around a mid-Joe's win chance with a draw near 4%, and Ecuador basically written off. and that draw upside looks smothered by heavy sell liquidity. At 7 minutes and 2-0, it stays steady, unless Ecuador find the next goal and suddenly make it nervy. Mexico are still priced in the mid-so range to win with the draw down in the low single digits and Ecuador essentially off the board, and the draw looks heavily capped by sell liquidity. At 7:05 minutes and 2-0, it's still seed out for Mexico. Only an Ecuador goal really forces a rethink.
75 minutes, and we've got a stoppage here. Mexico goalkeeper Lorengo is down injured, with Mexico still leading Ecuador 2-0. 0? That's the one thing Mexico can't afford now. Any disruption at the back, any loss of rhythm, and it hands Ecuador a little window of belief.
Mexico's win price is still sitting in the mid-zone range, while the draw is pinned in the low single digits with a big wall of sell and liquidity overhead. At 7:06 minutes and 2-0, it stays a cruise control market, unless Ecuador grab the next goal and inject real late tension. Mexico are still priced in the mid-soul range to win, with the draw stuck around 4 and Ecuador basically off the board, and that draw side is smothered by heavy sell liquidity. At 7 minutes and 2-0, it's still cruise control, unless Ecuador score next and turn this into a nervy finish.
77 minutes, Mexico win a free kick deep in their own half as Kevin Rodriguez cleared it to Johan Vasquez. That's exactly what Mexico want at 2-0 up now. Slow it down, take the sting out of Ecuador's momentum, and make them chase shadows for the next phase.
Mexico's still priced in the mid-show range to win, with the draw down around 3 and Ecuador effectively 0, and the draw book looks completely smothered by sell liquidity. At 7 minutes and 2-0, it's still a clock management market unless Ecuador find the next goal and make it tense. Mexico's win odds are basically unchanged in the higher range, with the draw stuck around 3% and Ecuador priced near 0 as the book stays heavily one-sided. At 8 minutes and 2-0, it's still calm unless Ecuador land the next goal and force a late wobble.
78 minutes and Mexico win another free kick deep in their own half. This time, Santiago Giménez is clipped by Piero Hincapié. At 2-0. That's perfect game management from Mexico. Draw the contact, slow the restart, and make Ecuador chase the next phase again.
Mexico's still priced as a near lock in the highest range, with the draw stuck around 3% and Ecuador effectively 0, and the book remains massively one-sided. At 8 minutes and 2-0, it's pure clock management for Mexico, unless Ecuador finally find a breakthrough.
79 minutes gone, Mexico still lead Ecuador 2-0, and you can feel Ecuador going more direct now, trying to turn it into second balls and chaos. But at this stage, we're into the 7-9 TH and 8-0 TH minute with Mexico still 2-0 up, and it's a triple change. Ecuador throw on Jordi Caicedo and Kendry Paez, while Mexico answer with Orbelín Pineda for Julián Quiñones. That's fresh legs and fresh ideas laid on, but Mexico's also taking a key scorer out to manage the closing stretch.
Mexico are priced as a near lock in the high range, with the drawdown around 3% and Ecuador effectively 0. And the book is still massively one-sided. At 9 minutes and 2-0, it stays cruise control, unless Ecuador grab the next goal and spark late pressure.
80 minutes on the clock, Mexico still lead Ecuador 2-0, and that's exactly the kind of moment where a midfielder like Lira becomes priceless. Two-touch, no drama, always offering a safe pass. Ecuador have thrown no Galleto and Paez, but they've got to break that rhythm fast, or this just drifts away from them. "80 minutes gone, and Mexico make another change. Israel Reyes is on for Roberto Alvarado with Mexico still 2-0 up. That's a straight game management move. Fresh legs to keep the defensive line sharp and protect the structure.
Is basically
and Ecuador do win the free kick in their own half through Gonzalo Plata, but they've got to turn that restart.
And the book is still wildly one-sided. At 8 minutes and 2-0, it's still Mexico in control, unless Ecuador find the next goal and suddenly make it nervy.
81 minutes, Mexico still lead Ecuador 2-0, and you can sense the frustration when those little contacts keep buying Mexico free kicks in their own half. Late on, every soft whistle is a reset for Mexico and a rhythm breaker Ecuador simply can't afford now. "81 minutes gone, Mexico still lead Ecuador 2-0, and you can see them slipping into a back five. At times now, no risk, just closing the middle and letting the clock do the work. Ecuador's changes have to spark something immediately because Mexico are happily winning those little fouls and killing the rhythm. "81 minutes gone, Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0, and it does feel like Ecuador's late changes are more desperation than design right now. Mexico look composed, happy to take the free kicks, slow the restarts, and keep that defensive shape tight until the clock runs out. "82 minutes, and Ecuador finally get a corner. Jorge Sana is the one who concedes it, and this is a rare chance to put Mexico under real stress at 2-0. But they've got to make the first contact count here. Mexico will be set up to clear and run the clock.
Mexico's win line is basically pinned near 9-8 with the draw stuck around 2 and Ecuador effectively 0. And the draw book is still capped by a huge wall of sell liquidity. At 81 minutes and 2-0, this stays a closeout market unless Ecuador score next and turn the final stretch into pressure. Mexico are so priced as a near lock at about 90%, with the draw around 2% and Ecuador basically off the board. And that draw side is still smothered by heavy sell liquidity. At 82 minutes and 2-0, it's telling you the only real risk left is a set piece moment like this corner, creating late pressure.
"82 minutes, Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0, and Ecuador have a corner to try and make something happen. Mexico's changes, screen control, fresh legs, compact shape, even that back five look, while Ecuador need one clean delivery and a real first contact to spark any belief. "83 minutes, and Mexico win a free kick in their own defensive half as Jordi Queso catches Cesar Monte. At 2-0, that's exactly what Mexico want now. Stop-start rhythm, get bodies up, and make Ecuador chase the next restart all over again.
Mexico are still priced as a near lock at about 98% with the draw pinned around 2 and Ecuador effectively 0. And that draw side is still buried under heavy sell liquidity. At 83 minutes and 2-0, it's still Mexico's game to close out, unless Ecuador land the next goal and light a late fire. Mexico still priced as a near certain winner, around 98% with the draw pin near 2 and Ecuador effectively 0. And the draw side remains buried under massive sell liquidity. At 83 minutes and 2-0, the markets say, Mexico just need to keep it tidy and see out the clock.
84 minutes, and Mexico win another free kick in their own defensive half. Santiago Gomez buys it. Pedro Vite, the one who clips him. At 2-0 up, that's perfect game management from Mexico. Slow it down, reset the shape, and make Ecuador chase the next restart.
Mexico's win price has tightened to basically 99% now with the draw down near 1, and Ecuador is still effectively 0 as the book stays lopsided. At 84 minutes and 2-0, that's the market tree, and this is a clean Mexico closeout unless Ecuador conjure a miracle set piece. Mexico is now priced as a virtual lock around 99%, while the draw is crushed to about 1%, and Ecuador is basically off the board with huge sell walls still sitting there. At 8-4 minutes and 2-0, that's the market screaming, manage the clock because there's just not enough time left for a real comeback.
85 minutes, and Ecuador finally have a go from range. Moises Cato lets fly with the right foot from outside the box, but it's off target. At 2-0 down, those long shots can feel like the only way through when Mexico are sitting compact and protecting the middle.
Mexico's win line is basically pinned in the highs now with the drawdown around 1%, and Ecuador priced as a non-factor, and the draw book is still smothered by heavy sell liquidity. At 8-5 minutes and 2-0, it's a pure closeout script unless Ecuador land one quickly to inject any late tension. Mexico's win odds are basically pinned in the highs now, with the draw down around 1% and Ecuador effectively 0, and the draw side is still buried under a massive sell wall. At 8-5 and 2-0, the market's telling you Mexico just need to keep it tidy and run the clock out. Mexico's win line is essentially pinned around 99% with a draw down near 1, and Ecuador priced as a non-event. And the book is still lopsided with heavy sell liquidity. At 8-6 minutes and 2-0, it's still Mexico's closeout. Unless Ecuador grab the next goal fast and make stoppage time tense. Mexico's win line is still basically pinned around 99% with the draw crushed near 1 and Ecuador effectively off the board as sell liquidity towers over any late draw bid. At 8-6 minutes and 2-0, it's still Mexico's job to keep possession and avoid the one cheap set piece that changes the mood.
87 minutes gone, Mexico still lead Ecuador 2-0, and it's pure control now. Compact, patient, happy to let the clock run. At the door, going more direct and even having a swing from range, but they're not finding that final pass to pull Mexico's shape apart.
Mexico's price is essentially a lock in the highs, while the draw is stuck around 1% and Ecuador is basically 0, with huge sell liquidity still sitting on the non-Mexico outcomes. At 8-7 minutes and 2-0, the market's saying this is pure game management unless Ecuador nick one immediately.
87 minutes on the clock, and Mexico are still 2-0 up on Ecuador, and you can feel the weight of history sitting on these closing moments. If they see this out, it's not just a clean win tonight, it's a step toward finally shaking that long not outstayed shadow.
Mexico is still priced as a near certain winner in the highs, with the draw stuck around 1% and Ecuador effectively 0. And the sell side liquidity is still towering over any late upset. At 8-7 minutes and 2-0, that's the market backing Mexico to keep it tight and bleed the clock. Mexico is still priced as a near lock at roughly 99%, with the draw stuck around 1% and Ecuador effectively 0. And the book remains heavily skewed against any non-Mexico result. At 8 minutes and 2-0, that's the market betting Mexico just see out stoppage time without gifting a set piece. Mexico is now effectively priced as a lock at 1-0, with the draw sitting around 1 and Ecuador essentially 0, as the sell side still dominates the non-Mexico outcomes. At 8 minutes and 2-0, it's all about Mexico avoiding one sloppy moment and just killing the clock. Mexico is now priced as a full lock, with Ecuador effectively dead and the draw basically wiped out under a huge wall of offers. At 8-9 minutes and 2-0, the market's saying Mexico just need to keep it boring and see out the last few phases.
89 minutes gone, Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0, and it's been classic late game control from Mexico, compact, organized, and happy to break only when the space is obvious. Ecuador have seen plenty of the ball, but it's been too safe, too predictable, and Mexico's back line have read it all night. At 8-9 minutes, it's Mexico 2-0. At Ecuador, and Ecuador's issue hasn't been heart, it's been imagination. It got into those pockets around the box, but the final ball keeps arriving a beat late, and Mexico's organized line just steps out and swallows it up.
Mexico is now fully locked at 1-0 in the market, with Ecuador and the draw effectively priced out and massive sell, liquidity still sitting on those dead outcomes. At 9 minutes and 2-0, it's just Mexico seeing out the final whistle without a late lapse.
Deep into stoppage time at 90 minutes, Mexico still lead Ecuador 2-0, and Ecuador are screaming for something in the box, but the referee isn't interested. At this stage, those penalty shouts feel massive, because without a decision, Mexico can just see out the clock with smart, compact defending. "88 minutes, Yaiman Medina rises in the middle and heads it wide for Ecuador, and a minute later, Jordi Caicedo pulls the trigger from close range, but Mexico get the block in. At 2-0 down, Ecuador finally getting bodies into the box, but the finish just isn't there.
Mexico is still priced as a complete lock with Ecuador effectively 0, and the draw wiped out under a huge stack of offers that nobody's lifting this late. At 9:01 with Mexico up 2-0, the only real story is clock management, keep it clean, and don't hand Ecuador a last gasp set piece.
90+1 and Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0, and the clean sheet is right there in front of them now. It's been a properly managed performance, win the fouls, kill the rhythm, and when Ecuador finally throw bodies into the box, Mexico's line has still read it first. "92 minutes gone, and Mexico are still 2 up on Ecuador, and that clean sheet is almost in the bag now. It's a real statement defending, no bell, no panic in the box, and whoever lines up against Mexico next will have clock. How hard they are to break down. "90+2 and Mexico are still 2-0 up, and the conversation's already drifting to the bigger picture. Another clean sheet, another statement. If they close this out, the next opponent will know they're not just winning games, they're suffocating them. "90+2 and Mexico is still 2-0 up on Ecuador, and it's that clean sheet that's screaming at you now. Ecuador have finally thrown a couple into the box late on, but Mexico's line has stayed organized and first to every second ball. "90+2 and Orbelin Painda has a swing from the left edge of the box, but he drags it high and wide to the right after Eric Lira tees him up. And now at 90+3, Pineda wins a free kick deep in Mexico's half as Kendry Paez clips him exactly the kind of foul that bleeds these last seconds.
Mexico is now priced as a settled lock, with the draw and Ecuador basically off the board, and no real two-way market left. At 9:04 and 2-0, this is just Mexico seeing at the last touch or two without doing anything reckless.
90+3, and it's a yellow card for Kendry Paez of Ecuador for a bad foul, and that just plays straight into Mexico's hands at 2-0 up. Every stoppage, every free kick, it's another chunk of time bled away with Mexico's clean sheet still intact. "95 and Mexico are still 2 up on Ecuador, but the noise now is around the referee and those little confrontations as players crowd in and have their say. In these last seconds, it's all about calm control, one flashpoint, one rash reaction, and the ending can get messy fast.
Mexico is fully priced as a lock now, with Mexico effectively at 1-0 and the draw, and Ecuador basically off the board as one-way sell. Liquidity sits there unused. At 9:05 and 2-0, it's just about Mexico keeping their heads through these last confrontations and seeing out the whistle.
90+5 and Mexico still lead Ecuador 2-0, but we've got a late bar check hanging over this for a possible red card. Ecuador are swarming the referee here, and in these final seconds, it's discipline more than football that can decide how this ends. 90 plus 6 in Mexico still lead Ecuador, but the referee's gone over to the review area and the temperature's spiking around him. At this point, it's not tactics, it's self-control. One player losing their head can turn a routine finish into chaos. Red card for Piero Hincapié at 9:05, and VAR sticks with it. Ecuador are down to 10 men right at the death, with Mexico leading 2-0. That's a brutal way to finish it, and it just hands Mexico even more control to walk these final seconds to the whistle.
Mexico is still priced as a complete lock, with Mexico effectively at 1-0 and the draw, and Ecuador basically off the board on one-way offers. At 9:05 and 2-0, the only risk left is a late flashpoint or VAR drama, not a football comeback. Mexico is still priced as a complete lock, with only one-way offers left on the draw, and Ecuador and no real bidding interest. At 9:06 and 2-0, especially with Ecuador down to 10, it's just Mexico managing the final seconds to the whistle.
VAR has upheld the red card for Piero Hincapié, so Ecuador are down to 10 men at 9:06 with Mexico 2-0 up. Now it's pure composure for Mexico. No arguments, no silly fouls, just run the clock and let the whistle do the talking. VAR has upheld Piero Hincapié's red card at 9:06, so Ecuador are down 2-10 with Mexico 2-0 up. Now it's all on the referee to manage the emotions and on Mexico to stay ice calm. No bites, no cheap reactions, just see out the seconds.
Mexico is pinned at effectively 1-0 now, with Ecuador and the draw basically untradeable and only one-way offers sitting there on the dead outcomes. At 9:06 and 2-0 with Ecuador down to 10, this is Mexico just running out the clock to the whistle.
90 plus 6, and it's a foul by Santiago Gomez from Mexico, so Ecuador get a free kick back in their own half. With Ecuador down to 10 and Mexico 2 up, that restart is more about chewing seconds off the clock than building any last attack. +90 7. Cesar Montes wins Mexico a free kick in the defensive half. Jordi Caicedo, the one guilty for Ecuador. With Ecuador down to 10 and Mexico 2-0 up. That's exactly the kind of cheap foul that lets Mexico slow it down and walk it to the whistle.
Mexico is still priced as a complete lock with all the liquidity one way and no real market left on the draw or Ecuador. At 9:07 and 2:00 plus Ecuador down to 10, it's just Mexico taking that free kick and bleeding the last seconds.
90 plus 8, Mexico still lead Ecuador 2-0, and Ecuador are down 2-10 after that. Vera Braden, red for Piero Hincapié. Now it's a discipline test more than anything. Mexico will happily take every stoppage, and Ecuador simply cannot afford one more flashpoint. +90 9, and Orbelín Pineda wins Mexico a free kick in their own defensive half, with Mexico still 2-0 up on Ecuador. That is perfect game management now. Take the contact, take the whistle, and make Ecuador chase shadows with 10 men. 90 +9, and it's another Ecuador booking. Moisés Caicedo goes into the book for a bad foul, and that just sums up the frustration at the death. Mexico will happily take that stoppage, slow everything down, and let this 2-0 finish tick into the final whistle. 90 +9, Mexico lead Ecuador 2-0, and Orbelín Pineda has just won another free kick deep in Mexico's hat. With Ecuador down to 10 and emotion spilling over, that's Mexico killing the clock the smart way. Slow it down, take this thing out, and see it home.
Mexico is bid as a full lock with no offers left, while the draw and Ecuador are effectively priced at 0 with only one-way sell. Liquidity sitting there. With the second half now ended at 9:09 and Mexico winning 2-0, that pricing is simply the market matching the final whistle. Mexico was effectively settled at a full win with all remaining liquidity stranded on the draw and Ecuador and no real two-way market left. With full time confirmed at 2-0, this is now just about settlement mechanics, not any late match risk.
Full-time Mexico 2-0 Ecuador, and it's a win. Built on those two first-half strikes and then pure control after the break. The late yellow for Moises Caicedo and that red for Piero Hincapié just screamed Ecuador's frustration as Mexico calmly ran the clock down. Full-time Mexico, 2 Ecuador 0, and it's a win, shaped by those two first-half goals and then smart, controlled game management all the way home. The late red for Piero Hincapié and that final yellow for Moises Caicedo just underlined Ecuador's frustration as the clock ran out. Full-time in Mexico City, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and it's a win. Built on that ruthless early spell before they just managed the second half with real maturity. The late red for Piero Hincapié and the bookings at the end told you everything about Ecuador's frustration. Full-time Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and it's exactly that. Mexico were ruthless in the first half, then managed the second with real control. Ecuador's late red for Piero Hincapié and that final yellow for Moises Caicedo just screamed frustration and a lack of answers. Full-time, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and it was decided by that brutal first-half burst. 2 goals, then total control. After the break, Mexico just managed the game, and Ecuador's late cards told you they'd run out of ideas and patience. Full-time Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and it's all over at 9-0 plus 9. That late yellow for Moises Caicedo is the final. Snapshot of Ecuador's frustration while Mexico see it out with calm, streetwise game management.
Mexico's effectively settled at 1-0 with no real two-way market left, while the draw and Ecuador sit priced at 0 under big one-way offers. With full-time confirmed at 2-0, this is now purely a settlement story rather than any on-pitch swing risk.
Full-time in Mexico City, Mexico to Ecuador 0, and it really was that opening half hour that set the tone. 2 first-half goals, then Mexico just squeezed the life out of the game. With the crowd roaring them on, it felt like a statement of control, not just a scoreline. Full-time Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and it wasn't just the scoreline, it was the way Mexico owned that opening half hour and then managed the rest like a seasoned knockout team. Once they had the cushion, they slowed it down, drew the fouls, and never let Ecuador back into the contest. Full-time Mexico 2-0, Ecuador, and it's done and dusted. Those 2 first-half goals gave Mexico the platform, and from there it was controlled. Streetwise game management as Ecuador's late frustration boiled into cards. Full time at 9-0 plus 9, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and it's signed, sealed, delivered. Those late stoppage time fouls and the final yellow just underlined Ecuador's frustration while Mexico closed it out with a free kick and calm control. Full-time Mexico 2, Ecuador, and Julian Quinones has been the headline. 1 goal, 1 assist, and he's giving Mexico a real reference point up front. When he's in that kind of form, Mexico's final play suddenly has purpose and a clear target. Full time in Mexico City, Mexico. Finish it off. Mexico 2-0, Ecuador at 9:09. That last stoppage time yellow for Moises Caicedo just caps a ragged, frustrated ending for Ecuador, while Mexico calmly saw about the win with smart fouls and free kicks. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and it's finished with that late yellow from Moises Caicedo, the final flashpoint. Mexico closed it out the professional way, winning fouls, taking free kicks, and never letting Ecuador find one last opening. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and that's the final whistle in Mexico City. The last moments were just stoppage time fouls and a late yellow for Moises Caicedo, while Mexico calmly ran the clock down with free kicks and control. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and it's over. Those stoppage time fouls and the late yellow from Moises Caicedo were the final sign of Ecuador's frustration, while Mexico simply managed to clock and protected the clean sheet. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and that's the final whistle. Those late stoppage time fouls and Moises Caicedo's booking just summed up Ecuador's frustration, while Mexico closed it out with calm defensive half free kicks. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and that's the whistle in Mexico City. The closing minutes were all stoppage time fouls and that late yellow for Moises Caicedo, while Mexico just saw it out with smart free kicks and composure. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and it's all over. That late yellow for Moises Caicedo was the final bit of frustration, while Mexico simply killed the clock with defensive half free kicks and kept the clean sheet intact. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2-0, Ecuador, and that's the final whistle. Those late stoppage time fouls and Moises Caicedo's yellow were pure frustration, while Mexico just managed the clock with smart free kicks and kept the clean sheet. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and it's done and dusted in Mexico City. That late Moises Caicedo booking told you everything about Ecuador's frustration, while Mexico managed the closing seconds with calm free kicks and a clean sheet. Full time in Mexico City, Mexico 2-0, Ecuador, and it's a clean, controlled finish right to 9:09. That late Moises Caicedo booking just underlines Ecuador's frustration, while Mexico managed the final moments with smart free kicks and composure. It's full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and Mexico City has its result. That late yellow for Moises Caicedo was the final flash of frustration, while Mexico just managed the closing seconds with free kicks and game intelligence. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and that's the final whistle. The last act was Moises Caicedo's late yellow for a bad foul, and Mexico simply shut the door with smart game management in the defensive half. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and it's signed, sealed, delivered. That late Moises Caicedo yellow was the last flicker of frustration, and Mexico's free kick management in the dying seconds just killed the game stone dead. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0. That's the final whistle. It finished with a flurry of late fouls and that Moises Caicedo booking, while Mexico calmly used those defensive half free kicks to close the door. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and it's all over. Mexico managed those final stoppage time moments expertly, slowing it down with free kicks, while Ecuador's late fouls and that Moises Caicedo yellow showed the frustration. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and that's the result in Mexico City. Those last moments were scrappy with stoppage time fouls and a late Moises Sato booking, but Mexico managed it calmly and protected the clean sheet. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and that's the final whistle. Those stoppage time fouls and the late yell from Moises summed up Ecuador's frustration, while Mexico saw it out with calm defensive half-game management. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2-0, Ecuador, and that's the match finish. Those late stoppage time fouls capped by Moises Cielo summed up Ecuador's frustration as Mexico calmly closed it out and kept the clean sheet. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and Raul Jimenez has put his stamp on it again. When Mexico need a finisher in big moments, he's got that calm, repeatable end product that keeps showing up for the national team. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and it's done and dusted in Mexico City. That late yellow for Moises Caicedo was the final note of frustration, while Mexico just managed to clock with those defensive half free kicks and kept the clean sheet. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and that's the final whistle in Mexico City. Those last minutes were all about Mexico winning the little fouls and free kicks to run the clock, and Ecuador's frustration boiled over with that late booking. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and it's all over. Those final seconds just dissolved into fouls and free kicks, and Mexico were streetwise enough to manage the clock and protect that clean sheet. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and that is it, all wrapped up. The closing minutes were pure game management from Mexico, while Ecuador's frustration showed in those late fouls and the final booking. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, that's the final whistle. It really did peter out into stoppage time, fouls, and free kicks, and Mexico were smart enough to keep it in safe areas and see out the clean sheet. Full time in Mexico City, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and that's the final scoreline. Ecuador's late frustration boiled over into that stoppage time yellow from Moises Caicedo, while Mexico just closed the door and protected the clean sheet. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2-0 Ecuador, and it's all over. Those last moments just fizzled into fouls and free kicks, and Mexico were composed enough to keep it in safe areas and seal the clean sheet. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and that's the final whistle. It ends with Mexico calm and in control, while Ecuador's late frustration shows in that stoppage time yellow for Moises Caicedo. And full time in Mexico City, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and Mexico see it out to the clean sheet. Those closing moments told the story, Ecuador's frustration spilling into late fouls and a bookie, while Mexico kept winning free kicks in safe areas to kill the clock. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and that's the final whistle. It finishes with that late Moises Caicedo yellow, the last notable moment as Mexico calmly saw it out with free kicks in their own half. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2-0 Ecuador. That's the final whistle. It closed out in a flurry of stoppage time fouls and free kicks, and Mexico were disciplined enough to keep it safe and secure the clean sheet. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and Mexico finished it off with a clean sheet. Those last few minutes summed it up. Ecuador's frustration crept in with late fouls, and Mexico were happy to slow it down and see it home. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and that's it in Mexico City. The closing minutes were all about game management, Mexico winning those little free kicks in their own half, and Ecuador's frustration showing in that late yellow for Moises Caicedo. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and that is it in Mexico City. The finish was scrappy and stop-start capped by that late Moises Caicedo yellow, while Mexico managed the clock with smart little fouls and free kicks in safe areas. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and that's the final whistle. It petered out into stoppage time fouls and free kicks, and Mexico were streetwise enough to keep winning them in safe areas and protect the clean sheet. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and that's the final whistle. It ends in a stop-start finish with late fouls and that yellow for Moises Caicedo, while Mexico kept it smart and safe to close out the clean sheet. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2-0 Ecuador, and that's the match. It ends in that stop-start rhythm of late fouls and free kicks, with Mexico calmly seeing out the clean sheet and the points. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and it's signed, sealed, delivered. Mexico managed those dying minutes with smart free kicks in their own half, and Ecuador's frustration boiled over into that late Moises Caicedo booking. That's full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and the clean sheet is secured. The last act was a Moises Caicedo yellow for a late foul, a fitting snapshot of Ecuador's frustration as Mexico closed it out calmly. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2-0 Ecuador, and it's all over. That late Moises Caicedo booking really underlined Ecuador's frustration, while Mexico did the simple things: win the foul, take the sting out, and protect the clean sheet. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2-0 Ecuador, it's over. Those final stoppage time moments were pure shutdown football, Mexico winning the free kicks in safe areas, and Ecuador's frustration spilling into that late Moises Caicedo yellow. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and that's the final whistle. It closes with that late Moises Caicedo yellow for a bad foul, while Mexico simply saw it out with free kicks in their own half and a clean sheet. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and it's done and dusted. Those last moments told the story. Mexico kept winning the free kicks in safe areas, and Ecuador's frustration bubbled over with that late Moises Caicedo booking. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and it's all over. Those added minutes just dissolved into fouls and free kicks, and Mexico were clever enough to keep winning them in safe areas to lock down the clean sheet. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and it's finished. That closing stretch was all stoppages and set-piece management, and Mexico kept drawing fouls in their own half to kill the clock and seal the clean sheet. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and it's over. Those last added minutes were all about game management. Mexico kept winning free kicks in safe areas, and Ecuador's late frustration summed up by that Moises Caicedo yellow. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2-0 Ecuador, and it's all wrapped up. That finish was scrappy and stop-start, but Mexico did the basics brilliantly, winning fouls in safe areas and closing the door for the clean sheet. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and that's the final whistle. In the end, it petered out into stoppages and fouls, and Mexico was streetwise enough to see it out without giving Ecuador a clean look at goal. Full time at 9:09 of Mexico 2-0 Ecuador, and that's the final whistle. It ends with that late Moises Caicedo yellow for a rash foul, while Mexico managed to stop his time smartly, winning free kicks deep and protecting the clean sheet. Full time at 9:09 of Mexico 2-0 Ecuador, and Mexico closes out with a clean sheet. Those last added minutes were all stop-start fouls and free kicks, and Mexico was smart enough to keep everything in safe areas until the whistle. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and that's the final whistle. It ends with that late Moises Caicedo yellow for a bad foul, and Mexico's game management in stoppage time kept everything safely in their own half. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0. That's the final whistle. It ends with Moises Caicedo booked right at the death, and Mexico's late game management drawing fouls and slowing it down kept the clean sheet intact. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and that's the final whistle. It's ended in a tangle of late fouls and stoppages capped by Moises Caicedo's booking right at the death as Mexico calmly saw out the clean sheet. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2-0 Ecuador, and that's the final whistle. Those closing minutes were pure stop-start fouls, free kicks, and that late Moises Caicedo booking, while Mexico kept it tidy in their own half to protect the clean sheet. Whole time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and that's the final whistle. It's a clean sheet for Mexico, and the ending really told the story. Ecuador's frustration boiled over into late fouls while Mexico calmly saw it out. Full time Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and it's signed, sealed, delivered. Mexico saw out those last moments with smart, low-risk game management, and Ecuador's late yellow for Moises Caicedo just underlined the frustration as the clock ran out. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2-0 Ecuador, and that's the final whistle. It finished in a messy run of stoppages and fouls, and that late Moisedo yellow just summed up Ecuador's frustration as Mexico calmly protected the clean sheet. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and that's the final whistle. It really closed in that stop-start rhythm, free kicks, late fouls, and a booking right at the end. Mexico managed the clock and protected the clean sheet. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2-0 Ecuador, and that's it. The whistle goes on, a controlled finish. Those last minutes were all about Mexico winning cheap free kicks in safe areas, while Ecuador's frustration showed in that late Moises Caicedo booking. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2-0 Ecuador, and it's all over. That stoppage time stretch was scrappy and stop-start, and Mexico did exactly what you want: win the free kicks, kill the rhythm, and walk out with the clean sheet. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and that's the final whistle. It's a clean sheet and a controlled closeout from Mexico, with Ecuador's late frustration spilling into that stoppage time booking. Full time at 9:09, it finishes Mexico 2, Ecuador 0. Those last moments were all stoppages and free kicks, and Mexico were happy to keep it in safe areas and run the clock down to seal the clean sheet. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and that's the final whistle. It ended in that stop-start rhythm of late fouls and free kicks, and Mexico managed it smartly to lock in the clean sheet. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2-0 Ecuador, and it's all over. Mexico closed it out with a clean sheet, and that late yellow for Moises Caicedo was the final flash of Ecuador's frustration as the clock ran down. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0. That's the match finished. Mexico saw it out with calm, low-risk control in those final stoppage time moments, and Ecuador's late booking just kept the frustrated ending. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and that's the final whistle. It ended in a stop-start run of fouls and free kicks, and that late Moises Caicedo yellow was the last sign of Ecuador's frustration as Mexico calmly shut it down. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2-0 Ecuador, and it's signed, sealed, delivered. Those last stoppage time moments were pure game management, Mexico drawing fouls and taking the sting out of it, while Ecuador's frustration boiled over into that late yellow. Full-time Mexico 2-0 Ecuador, and sometimes that scoreline is only half the story. Nights like this live in the noise, the color, the shared memories. Mexico 86 gets mentioned for a reason, because the atmosphere sticks with you long after the goals. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2-0 Ecuador, and Mexico take it with a clean sheet and a really controlled finish. That late Moises Caicedo yellow just underlined Ecuador's frustration as Mexico kept winning those safe free kicks to close the door. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2-0 Ecuador, and that's the final whistle. Those last minutes were all about management. Mexico kept winning the free kicks in safe areas, and Ecuador's frustration showed with that late yellow for Moises Caicedo. Full-time Mexico 2-0 Ecuador, and once the whistle goes, you feel the bigger thing this tournament does. You got rival colors shoulder to shoulder, sharing the same songs and the same space with Respect Football, giving people a common language for a couple of hours. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and that's it. Those closing minutes were pure stop-start control. Mexico happy to win free kicks in safe areas, and Ecuador's frustration summed up by that late Moises Caicedo booking. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2, Ecuador 0, and it's all over. Those last moments were pure shutdown football. Mexico winning the free kick, slowing the rhythm, and Ecuador's late yellow just summed up the frustration as the clean sheet was sealed. Full-time Mexico 2-0 Ecuador, and once the whistle goes, you feel, but football still matters. Beyond the scoreline, rival colors can share the same seats, trade a nod, and for 90 minutes, speak the same language with real respect. Full-time Mexico 2-0 Ecuador, and even after the whistle, you can feel the history humming in the stands. People still talk Mexico 86 and Maradona because those images are how so many fell in love with the game, and nights like this bring it all rushing back. Full-time Mexico 2-0 Ecuador, and the whistle might end the match, but it never ends. The memories. Mexico 86 and Maradona still live in the way people talk about football. One touch, one moment, and you're hooked for life, whatever the score said. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2-0 Ecuador. That's the final whistle and a clean sheet to go with it. Those last stoppage time moments told the story. Mexico kept it safe with smart free kicks, and Ecuador's frustration spilled into that late booking. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2-0 Ecuador, and it's signed, sealed, clean sheet. Those final stoppage time fouls and that late Moises Caicedo booking just screamed frustration as Mexico calmly managed the clock with free kicks in safe areas. Full time at 9:09, Mexico 2-0 Ecuador, and that's the final whistle. Mexico saw it out with smart game management in those closing stoppage time moments, winning the free kicks they needed and keeping the clean sheet intact.